The 334 Sporthorse Stud FEI World Cup Qualifier. Live streaming, proudly sponsored by the United Aviation Group. Welcome to a lovely brisk autumn morning here at the Peter Mini Arena in Kyla Brimacombe Equestrian Park. We are on the final day of the 334 Sporthorse Stud FEI World Cup Qualifier, the first leg of this year 2023. And here we're going to have a quick look at our schedule for the day. We have two classes here, the 334 Sporthorse Stud 1 meter 40 Championship and the 334 Sporthorse Stud 1 meter 50 FEI World Cup Qualifier. Here with me in studio this morning is Brendan McNiven. Brendan, thanks for joining me.
Hi, good morning, Georgie. Thanks very much for having me.
Very, very lovely. Looking forward to more insights from you. Let's have a quick look at the lineup for the class.
It's a really strong field of horses and riders, I must say. This is obviously the main day. Grounds are looking sort of world-class, I would say, and I think definitely a world-class competition about to take place. There's a few Simon Henry on one of his clients' horses, number 1, Hameli's Comfort, number 2, Yanni Kleinhans.
I can see we've got Jonathan Clark coming in a little bit later, and Sandy Manas, who we saw on Friday here in this arena.
Sure. Holly Smith Clarissimo is also an exciting one to watch.
Some young riders on the next piece of this lineup, Adorine Ferguson and Thomas from Reykjavik. Thomas, of course, part of the wildly successful, what was their team called? The Regenesis Vet Outliers, who won the first leg of the team competition on Friday. Shaytan Hendricks, some big names there.
Yeah, such an impressive stallion, that.
And yeah, Lisa Williams, Amy Michau, who of course also won the 135s, I think, on... she won the big class.
Yeah, she won the big class on that.
She won the big class on the Friday with that horse. Jonathan, Martin, Rayna.
All the big guns out today.
I can see what you mean, absolutely. Coming here to give them a good lineup. Gareth, of course, the sponsor of this entire show. We'll have to root for him enthusiastically. Nicola, Shaytan again.
Johann's always quick.
What did you call him on Friday? Cash Lata?
Cash Lata, absolutely.
I think we've got a pretty big class here of some 72 horses altogether. So let's, before we get cracking on that enormous class and the exciting track, let's cut to a little commercial break.
334 Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volker 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
The Highveld Horse Care Unit, of course, a very worthwhile cause for all equestrians to support, doing incredible work in the equestrian space. If you've just joined us, we are sitting here at the Peter Mini Arena this morning, the penultimate day of the 334 FEI World Cup Qualifier, sponsored, of course, by 334 Sporthorse Stud. I am Georgie Roberts, and I'm in studio with Brendan McNiven, who is going to be helping me navigate my way through this upcoming 1 meter 40 championship. Brendan,
Georgie,
thanks for joining.
Thanks. It's a real whopper, I must say. I think that just we're really privileged to have our international course builder here, and it's a real test today, I think. Interesting chatting to some of the riders who have in turn chatted to the course builder himself. He says that he likes to set one or two tests around the course, and then also likes to have a few open sort of long sweeps and that type of thing. Look, for me, I think they both test different types of horses. Sort of skill set, so call it. I think when the horses get long and open, you have to maintain that balance. And then I walked the course earlier, and I was chatting to Ronnie Healy about what he thought from 8 to 9, and he said it was a very disciplined distance.
Oh, that's
he
lovely
said,
word.
yeah, and he said that's what the course builder wants to test, is the discipline. So not only does he test the open sort of canter and scope of the horses, but again then the rideability and the discipline of them.
And the speed, 350 meters a minute.
I wonder.
Length,
I wonder.
450 meters. Time allowed, 78 seconds.
It's always another sort of test that we're never really sure of until we've seen the first few horses go. I can imagine with the sort of staying in a line with the European standards, the time's going to be tight. It was something in South African show jumping that we sort of needed to up in our development years. We've got very light equipment at the moment. If you sort of walk around the course, all the top poles are much lighter than the middle poles. They're with rounded edges. They've got shallow cups. That all takes or makes for very careful show jumping. And then you put wide oxes and tight time involved, and it becomes a real test. So obviously the riders are going to have that in mind today. They've had a speed class before this, so I think the horses will be up to speed. Now, you've got to make it count on the big day. I also find it's quite a long course, to be honest with you. Triple combination quite early at number 4. And then there's the first little test from 4 to 5. You can either stay rolling on a 7, or you can have a little balancing 8. It would depend on your horse, I suppose. It would depend on how well your horse would jump the triple combination, and then having potentially a plan A and a plan B to get down there. It's a big square oxer at the E-pole. And then you obviously, if you've been adding a stride, you have to be mindful of time and that type of thing. But that's what we're going to see. We're going to see how the horses and the riders handle this test, but I'm excited to watch.
Absolutely, and it's quite a big class, right?
It is.
72 horses. We have had a couple of scratchings, so that'll leave us with 70. Who are your favourites? You can't have any bias coming in here. Who do you think could take this?
Yeah, I wonder. I think it is such an open class. I mean, it's I think a true. It's really exciting for us if we can have 70 horses at this level. It's really exciting for show jumping. Definitely says that our sport is alive and well. Again, I'm always fascinated by this sport because, you know, there's not necessarily a car that could be running true to form that keeps running well. You know, it's not often that goes that way with horses, you know.
Unfortunately, I mean, it's really rude, right?
Well, again, it's just sort of a test of the horse's ability and the rider's skill and that type of thing. So it is quite an open class, to be honest with you. Chris on his day is amazing. I actually saw Nicola Simon's got that young stallion Lamborghini in here. He can be quick also. Moon Zapper with Rochelle Cook, she can be fast. And then sort of the young riders that are.
I mean, the young riders have been giving real gears to.
Absolutely. And
what did someone say? Anna said, not veterans.
More
not
experienced.
Veterans, we're experienced riders. You know.
So it's always fun to watch Thomas ride. I think Zandi Elcock's in this class. She's also fast. Bronwyn with Carlson, his nickname's Sunny. He's also a real quick, sort of fine horse. And then, towards the end of the class, some real quality horses. I mean, the last 3 or 4 horses have actually all jumped in the big classes. Gaucho with Oliver's amazing. Staccato Boy with Ronnie. And here's Simon coming in with Capital Cameroon. He's a really impressive looking horse, isn't he?
This is our first rider in. Simon Hendry, of course, on this Capital Cameroon, a 14-year-old gelding by Castigo out of a Triumph mare.
I've chatted to Simon briefly about this horse. Simon's a really sensitive rider. He's, I would say, slightly understated, if I'm honest with you. I don't think he's had horses at the top level throughout his career. He's a really magnificent rider and producer of horses. He has a beautiful, quiet way with them. And this horse is, I find, quite sensitive and would potentially really enjoy Simon's sort of sensitive hand and sensitive way of riding. He's a big, long horse, and I think would need to be held off the front rail a little bit, so he would need to be ridden up-tempo for that to happen. And Simon seems quite comfortable at that pace, so let's see.
So interesting listening to people like yourself talk about, you know, the shape of the horse versus the issues that the course is going to raise. So as you were saying, Ronnie was talking about the disciplined ride between the longer distances.
For sure, I think it's about knowing your weapon, you know, learning your horse, knowing what their weaknesses are and then their strengths and sort of working to it. Here's the test. He rolls up on the 7. Yeah, a little rub, but sort of good idea. It was definitely his plan. He jumped out the treble looking like he wanted to do that. Here's the next test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A little open on the 9 there. And again, that's, I think, what can happen to horses. Sometimes they sort of float up on that distance. You get there quick. It's quite wide. This is a balancing distance in here.
So he saved that.
Yeah, it comes real quick. I think that floating 9 to number 7 and rolling up to that steady distance at number 8 is going to come quick. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Pity. Another 2 poles coming down for Simon there.
Oh, unlucky at the end. I think this is a little bit what can happen to horses as they get a little rattled. The jumps come quick, but again, I think that this is top level now. You know, this is a real test for horses and for riders. So I think for a horse to go around like that, looking like confident enough at the end, happy days.
So 5 poles there for Simon Hendry and a penalty for time, leaving him on 21 penalties. Next in the arena, Danford Vermate and Thermal Mud's Shadowfly with Hannelie's Camphor.
This will be an interesting one to watch for time. I think that Simon, I don't think that he was slow, to be honest with you. I'm not sure that horse is potentially quick by sort of in his natural gait. But I don't think Simon was hanging around, and he's still got a time fault. So that's potentially going to be something that we're going to have to watch today. This young lady's quick. She rides naturally off quite a fast speed. Her horses all seem comfortable at that speed. She's definitely got horses that suit her. Let's see what she decides to do with her distances. Triple combination coming fairly early in the course. The horses of this level and this caliber are used to it, but you've definitely got to be on your A game and make sure that your horse is really ready for a big test. Oh, unlucky. Little rub off behind. Looking like the 7's going to work.
strong ride there.
Yeah, I think also potentially adding one, setting the horse up, maybe keeping the hind leg underneath it. Doesn't want to get long and open for this double. Yeah, good jump. Yeah, so potentially there the 10 stride worked for her instead of the 9, because I thought that she had a really good balance through that last line there.
Nicely through the second combination. Nice. So
Super.
just the one pole.
Super round. Was she in the time?
Inside the time.
Okay.
So then let's check out that first pole that Hanley has had down.
Oh, unlucky. I think even potentially you could be anticipating the cantering 7. So you sort of, as you're in the air there, thinking to yourself, I got to get cracking. Such a little error, but I thought that horse jumped beautifully.
Next in the arena, E-pole Calaho Conzano with Yanni Kleinhans in the saddle. Yanni will be joining me later on for the World Cup class in studio.
Jan's produced this horse himself. He's a big, strong son of Concoriano. Jan's taken his time with his horses. He's got a really strong string of horses at this stage. They're all quite quick and careful. He likes to move up when he rides. So I was just been chatting to him in passing. He went and did a bitting course. And he was really struggling with finding bitting that would suit his horses, and he went out and actually got stuck in and did it himself. And I must say, I've seen a massive improvement in his horses since then. So good on him.
Can't ever have too many tools in the toolbox, right?
Absolutely. And I think making sure that your horse is comfortable in his mouth is such an important thing. Stay positive and want to be jumping for you. Like I've said in the past, we can't force these horses to do this. They have to really want to get to the back rail. Oh, I was unlucky there.
First part of the combination down, but nicely out.
I think his tempo's been quite good. I'll be interested to see if he's in the time. Oh, unlucky there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll up to the Berthel. Yeah, good at the last.
So just the 2 poles there for Yanni Kleinhans, and well within the time. Next in the class. Before that, let's just have a look at the pole that Yanni took.
He doesn't look unhappy with that. I think that was a really solid round.
That's all that we can hope, is that we all leave smiling, right? That's the biggest thing.
Absolutely.
And I suppose for every horse and rider, it's a different, there's a different goal.
Absolutely, a different journey that you've been on. Everyone's got a different story. I'm going to talk about different stories. He has a really interesting story for me. This young lady's, again, taken her time with this horse. He's been really sensitive. We watched him jump in the team event. He's got an unbelievable knee action, over the jump knee action. If you watch how quick he is with his knees, he's light and sensitive. Paige has just got to sort of keep a lid on him because he's real game. Again, I think that this will be a real test for this guy. She's got to try and keep a lid on him all the way around.
This is a Lissabon gelding out of a Cassini 1 dam line.
I mean, that's a really cantering distance, and that horse made it look easy. Again, I mean, a little cantering 9, and she looked like she was balancing halfway down that distance. Gives you an idea as to how much step this horse has got.
Nicely through there.
Oh, unlucky. So just again, I think a horse with such an easy, big step could potentially get caught out with that real disciplined distance that the course builder was talking about. Oh, but really good. He's a classy horse that and jabbed really beautifully. She'll be chuffed.
So just the 1 pole there for Paige Ligach and Calaho Luceso. Still no clears as we see number 5 coming into the arena. Let's just have a look at Paige's pole there. Beautiful through the combination.
Unlucky just behind. He was so good in front. He really did try though. She looks chuffed.
Next in, Shannon Widham Quinn with Regenesis vet Disas Esperanto.
Shannon's taken this horse over from Liam Stevens. Liam produced him up the grades, and Shannon's continued. Goes beautifully for her. She's had huge success. She actually comes from Cape Town. I believe she could be moving up to Johannesburg to ride competitively up here, but she's produced by beautifully produced by Damien Stevens, I should say. Really elegantly ridden through there. Yeah, super. She's a sensitive rider, this, and he's a real sensitive horse. She really gives him time and space. Oh, smooth. Now the waiting distance. Excellently
Beautifully ridden.
Yeah, she'd almost looked like as at 8B that she'd sat up and was really aware that she needed to hold the horse off number 9. That was really well ridden. Squeezes up to the water tray. Oh, a little rub at the last.
Beautiful.
Oh, she has time faults.
Pity, finishing on
unlucky.
81.7.
4
time faults.
Yeah, look, she did definitely take herself.
Clear,
yeah, she took her time, and the horse actually jumped out of his skin for me. I think she can't be unhappy with that. I think as the horse gets more mature in the grades, she could just get a little tighter in the time.
Our next rider in number 6, Ipangeli Capital Cavalier with Lauren Duval in the saddle.
It's one of our young riders. She's trained by Sten Muckner. She's really dedicated, rides really beautifully. He's got an amazing expression, this horse. Looks like he's keen to get to the other side.
Lovely breeding from this capital horse, Katoki, out of a Shiraz Mareline.
Yeah, she's opting for the 8, potentially going to suit that horse. I know that Sten will definitely have a plan for the time. That was a bit unfortunate.
A bit of a discussion there.
Yeah, again, it's interesting that you say that the Shiraz line, the Shirazes can jump, but they can be spicy sometimes. And actually so can the Katokis. You've seen with Lisa's, where his name's not Dennis for nothing.
Unfortunate second pole coming out of the last combination.
Yeah, still finished off well though. I think she'll be happy enough with that.
And
that's
then
a
with
big
2
solid
poles
course.
and faults for time for a total of 16. Let's have a look at that round of Shannon's.
It's interesting. So with the 8 strides there going from 4 to 5, it's potentially going to put you into time faults. I think if you've been watching or listening from the practice paddock, I think you've got to be sort of potentially changing your plan unless you've got a really quick horse that could be quicker elsewhere. It's looking like you've got to get cracking in this course.
Now in one of our seasoned professionals, Jonathan Clark back on track Sheldon. This horse owned by Linda Ellerina, great patron of the sport.
She really has been. She's owned some fantastic horses over the years. He's a real quality horse, this, a really nice stamp of a horse. He's jumped a few 140 classes. He's suits Jono, to be honest with you. He's real quick, careful. Seems to suit the way that Jono rides, but I must say Jono does seem to get a beautiful tune out of all his horses. Maybe he did 7 there.
Real treat to see someone still so Light in the saddle, though, going round.
He
Not having maybe the best round, but still riding it.
he's tall, John, I must say, and he does well to keep his upper body out the way. I don't think potentially the viewers at home realize how light the top poles are these days.
Is there a standard weight for them?
I mean, I do stand to be corrected, but all these top poles are from Europe. They came on a container.
And I did say that, yes.
Yeah. I remember a photograph on Facebook of Kate standing next to all her new, Kate Launder, standing next to all her new lightweight poles, and I'm sure all the show jumpers' hearts must have sunk because we thought, oh gosh, we have to have real careful quality horses. Oh, the horse jumped better at the end there, lost his way in the middle, but finished off well.
83.9, giving him some time faults to finish on 18 penalties there. We're going to have a look at that first pole that Jonathan had down.
Yeah.
Six penalties for time there and 3 poles for Jonathan Clark. Next in we have Kiri Mir on 0. This is a 15-year-old Cicero Olisco gelding.
It's interesting breeding.
It's really wonderful to see the international blood in our South African arenas.
Kiri's a tall girl. She is from a really sporty family. Her dad was top provincial rugby player and national rugby player, I think, or coach even.
I think it's easy for people to forget how athletic riders have to be.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Especially when you're expecting a horse to carry you around.
Oh, a little unlucky, got a bit forward up on the 7 there. Whoopsie!
Oh, unfortunate.
Oh, man.
Dismount there for Kiri.
Unfortunately, but that's what can happen when you go floating up to a distance and potentially don't get the horse underneath you. That was really unlucky.
Unfortunate elimination for Kiri Mir. Coming off at the fence, but she's on her feet and taking her horse out. Let's have a look at what went wrong there.
I see her saying to the paramedic that she's fine again. These girls are tough, let me tell you. It's jolly sore falling off and landing on the floor, especially when you hit the poles on the way down. That's going to be very, very sore tomorrow morning. Shame, and that's really unlucky.
Well, we're glad Kiri is okay. Let's have a look next. Then we have Holly Smith on Capital Clarissimo.
Sure. It's a really, really impressive horse, this, and actually a very impressive young rider. He's a spicy character, and she's got a really, really professional way with the horses for being
things around over the space of one show.
Fantastic. Well
now
ridden.
A young rider in Adorine Ferguson with Levita.
She's a really fiery, unlucky hit number one there. She's a fiery mare. This Ada would definitely have to keep a lid on her all the way around. Ada is really fantastic on these exceptionally hot, spicy horses. She's jumps her pony still, funnily enough, in the 120s, and wins everything because she's
hard to beat a pony, right?
Yeah, and especially one that's, wants to go quick and ridden by a girl who's happy to go fast. Unlucky out there again.
Anna Marie said on Friday, having that first rail down is so disheartening as well.
It can be. I do think, though, where Ada is with this horse at the moment, she's definitely rebuilding her. The mare's coming back from an injury. So I suppose once you've had that first pole and potentially had the pressure of the competition taken off, then you can sort of take your time, maybe school the horse, try and build for the next show. There's so many shows in our calendar, so you can definitely put some mileage, some good show mileage in with in the horse, some show experience, let the horse see some bigger jumps, put some fitness in there, and then potentially come out at the next show and be more competitive. That's a good round.
Just good the round. 2 poles for Adorine Ferguson.
It's interesting. That horse has got blue eyes. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Past, yeah.
But some faults for time there. Next in, Martin Swanepoel with Callagher Falvio.
He's an absolute passionate guy. He loves every aspect of the sport. He's a top event rider.
I believe he competed with our wake team.
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah. He's actually got amazing stories. If you sit and chat with him and have lunch with him or whatever it would be, he took a little horse overseas and took his team overseas, and they paddled their own canoe and they did their own thing, and it was a fantastic story. He brought the horse back to South Africa. He retired back in South Africa.
Oh, that's lovely.
So
special.
Cool. And Martin's, like I say, an absolute lover of all disciplines of the sport. He's puts his heart into every round. He's produced this horse, and I think a lot of this horse, I really do. It's real quality. It's big.
Lovely
and
to see him grinning as he comes around the corner. Isn't that lovely?
He always makes me chuckle because he doesn't think very much of himself, because he's always saying, these other professionals, and he never actually calls himself a professional. He actually has his, like you say, he rode for South Africa in eventing, which I don't know if anybody's walked those courses. I mean, they are incredibly difficult and imposing just to walk, let alone to ride them on your horse. Man,
these jumps come down.
Martin's got his own way. He rides.
Who does he train with?
He rides, as far as I know, he rides with Graham Wynne as basically, and used to sort of be a bit polished up by Dominique. I'm not 100% sure at this stage, but he it's quite interesting. He rides with a neck strap because he doesn't want to hurt the horse's mouths.
Sweet.
Unlucky at the end, man. He's still smiling as he goes around, probably thinking he made a little rider error. He'd never put that on his horse. Gee, that horse gave an exhibition.
One pole, but
excellent.
In the time there for Martin Swanepoel, and we'll see him again in this class later on Carthago Van den Bos.
Fantastic. Yeah, he's riding at the top of his game. That was a really good round.
Let's have a look at that.
Again, I was chatting to Ronnie Healy when we walked the course, and he said the 4 stride is a real tricky distance to ride because it comes quick. You don't really have time to balance up, and that course builder's been crafty again by putting a little water tray there, so the horses could be distracted by the water tray and not really realize where the front rail is, and he foxed him like that.
Now, Rayna Corba on iFarmer's Callagher Conrado. iFarmer, a wonderful supporter of the sport, both in jumping and dressage.
And Ray's amazing on all different types. Always got such good hand support, I find. His reins are short and his elbows are soft. So he's got such good, quick communication to the horse's mouths if he needs to sort of get them off the front rail or whatever it is. Unlucky. This horse will be new at this level. Ray will just be giving him a good round. Raised
by Concoriana out of a Cassini dam line. Some solid blood there.
Yeah, and again, I think Ray is just so solid in the way that he pilots them. He gives the horses confidence. He's smooth on his rhythm. The horses almost seem like they know where the jumps are coming.
I think besides the horse being new to this level, I think Ray's only been riding this horse for 3 or 4 months.
Okay, again, it just sort of shows Ray's class, you know. He can get onto any horse and sort of his way works.
The first part of that just coming down.
And the horse really tried over the next one. Shame. Again, you know, I think as a rider, if you feel that your horse makes an error and then puts in a little bit of effort at the jump after, you know, you can only be happy with that, because I mean,
really lovely.
Absolutely, the horses don't mean to make errors. They never want to come out here and make mistakes. They try their best every time. And when you feel them try a little harder at the end of a course over a big ox, I think Ray will be over the moon with that round.
We now have the wonderful Chris van der Merwe on VDM Sporthorse's Capital Callaway.
This is Sten. He's coming in a little early, it looks like.
Oh, sorry, there has been a change. It's number 72, Sten Muchner, coming in early.
Sten bought this horse. He's a
cheeky horse.
Son
Love
of Lisbon.
watching him go around.
I'm sure Sten's going to have him fresh for today. I'm sure the weather's going to suit him. Sten always prefers him a little bit well. He always likes him a little fresh and cheeky, but I don't think he's over the moon when he bucks in between distances. I think it's quite difficult to keep count as he does that. But it's definitely his way. Sten bought him off the auction and knows him well, so I think doesn't get distracted by his little antics that he does. I think it's easier said than done, to be honest. It can be really distracting. Sten having to use his leg to get up on the 7 there, giving him really good hand support. Well ridden. He's going to need to get him back a little.
That often typical big white Lissabon face on this horse.
He really stamps them, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, super. He seems to be mindful of time. Looks like he's using a lot of outside leg around the turn, making sure the horse doesn't bulge so he can be extra slick.
Oh,
man.
Hoping we were going to have our first clear here with Sten. First part of that combination down.
Oh, unlucky.
Finishing strong.
Unlucky.
Just
unlucky.
The one pole for Sten Muchner and
I don't think he'll be unhappy with that. I think it's always a building round. It's a building sport, this. I'm sure that he'll be happy that the horse is back to fitness. Oh, light rub. Shame, man. He was unlucky. He really tried hard.
Pity. So now, is that Chris coming in?
This is Chris and Callaway. Beautiful looking horse. Real sort of classy expression and also beautifully bred South African.
By Colnado out of My Lord Cartago.
With that horse's expression going down there. He's new at this level, but again ridden by one of our best. Actually was produced by his wife.
I believe this horse has done 1 meter 50.
Okay.
We've got our wonderful...
Oh, man. See, there's lots of places for me that I think that you can make little errors. The jumps come quite quick, and because the riders are all mindful of time.
The pressure's on.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Jumped that super. Looks so much like his father when he jumps like that.
Oh. Chris having a little bit of a tricky ride around the corner there.
Again, I think that, I thought that it was going to ride fairly imposing. Just sort of a line of black jumps with a water tray in there. Super. Finished off
Strong
well.
finish there. So some time penalties, a run out and 2 poles there, leaving Chris van der Merwe and Capital Callaway on 28 faults. That jump's given a few Rider's a tough ride there.
I think it's sort of, for me, it starts from the triple combination, because you float up on the 7 and then are mindful of time faults and whip around, and that vertical's right there. And you're sort of really testing the horse's scope and rideability and sort of rider's ability to present the horses to the jump correctly.
Now in Govert Triggle on 334's Mr. Twister 5, 334 Sporthorse Stud, of course, the sponsor of this World Cup qualifier.
It's got such a cool name, this horse.
That's great.
It's an unlucky one for Gov, but I think it's nice to see him back in the ring and back up and running. He puts a hell of a lot into the sport, and he's a big businessman, and it's great that he can get a bit of time to ride his own horses and have a little bit of enjoyment himself when he's not running shows and sponsoring events and sort of doing sort of all different aspects of our sport.
Passion project for these owners to
absolutely
be so dedicated.
Yeah. And again, I think just to run big businesses and to still ride at the top level is tough. You know, this you got to ride, you got to put so much in, and it's so time consuming.
Did Govert elect to make that a schooling decision after having had a poll?
I would say so.
Okay.
I would say so. You know, again, I think that when you've had a fence down, I always have a training mindset that I kind of think, okay, well, if today's not going to be our day, then hopefully next round will be. And I think that then you would want to create a little bit of confidence in your horse. You would want to sort of maybe potentially create a bit of relaxation in the ring. You know, often when we are sort of full of adrenaline and our hearts are pounding around the course, we put that through to our horses. So if we can maybe have a little bit more of a relaxed round, because I think that's exactly what he's done. It does look so much more relaxed at the end, and actually, yeah, finished well.
So finishing then on a total of 32 faults for Govert Triggle and 335 Mr. Twister 5. Let's have a look at that first pole that he had down. And then the Afrizan was a bit tricky on Friday as well. Very light fence.
Absolutely.
Next in, wonderful rider, Nicola I'm Riley.
Yeah, this looks like Thomas.
We've got, 17 coming in. Tackentog's Glenmuir's Red Ivory with Thomas van Rekevorsel in the saddle.
Thomas is really good on these hot, fiery types. And I'm sure we're going to see him later with his winning mare. This horse jumped the Derby last year, Thomas's first trip around the Derby.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, it was a big day for them. It was Thomas's first, and Dominique won.
And Dominique won,
yeah,
yes.
So a great day for the Sellerhoff team. She's real blood, this horse. Again, I don't think people get an understanding of how quick these horses are moving until you're actually standing on the ground next to them. If you watch this horse warm up, the energy that she carries through her body is crazy. And I think Thomas has to really be mindful of that, sort of keeping her away from the front rail, because she's always going, that's for sure.
I'm interested to see that she's by Gleneagles Rebel, which was an Irish-bred sport horse out of a Rex Granissees. So some breeding there, the Colin Quinn, our FEI course designer, hailing from Ireland, might resonate with.
I think that, again, you know, Thomas, when you have two horses in a class, it's quite nice to have a little trip around. On one, you can feel the distances.
Are you allowed
out.
to elect to have your less competitive horse come first?
I don't think so. Okay. It's generally being drawn that way. But if that luck is on your side that way, then you could use it. That, you know, Thomas could feel the distances out now. You know, get a feel for the course, and hopefully come in a little later on his class mare and give us a clear round.
So just the two poles there for young rider Thomas van Rekevorsel. Let's have a look at what he took down.
Same pole as Gov, unfortunately.
Still giving her a big pat, ready for his next stride on his capital horse later. Next in the arena.
This is Chris's wife, Leona. This is a
On
mare
the
that
wonderful Hey, I'm Wilma.
Yeah, they brought her in from Europe and they produced her themselves. Kept the horse really straight through there, well ridden.
And such a stylish rider, Leona.
Yeah, she really is. She's fit as a fiddle.
And you're riding multiple horses as well, I'm sure you have to be.
Yeah, super. Also mother of 2, and still manages to ride 9 horses or whatever it is around a showground.
Horses are much nicer than children.
That was unlucky, the back rail coming down there. I thought she did a really good job at presenting the horse at the jump.
Such an incredible sport of variables, this.
Absolutely. That's sort of why, I mean, again, to try and pick a winner is so difficult, because you know how the horses are going to jump in the wind on the last day, whatever it may be. There are so many variables that you know that can play. Super jump at the last.
Just the one pole there.
And one for
Leona
time.
Van der Merwe. Penalty for time with Hey, I'm Wilma.
I think again she'll be happy enough with that. It's a really good round.
Still
And lucky
leaving
pole.
Sandy Manas in the lead so far. Oof.
It's funny, the horse almost looked like it bulged because I saw her use her outside leg because she realized that she was moving across the center line.
Now in Johann Lata with Nova Zonnestraal's Forever de la Rogue Z.
Johann's a real character of the sport. I had the privilege of working for him when I was younger, and he has
Are you allowed to tell any of these stories on air? Are you going to get me fired?
No. I'll keep those for when we're off
later.
the air, definitely. But just from a professional point of view, he was such an interesting guy to work with and to have lessons with. He's unbelievably diligent. He's slow in his process. He's slow in his way of talking. He really wants the horses to understand what he wants them to understand. And then he gets really quick. So I think his system works so well. You know, he puts the foundation in. If you watch him with his young horses, he really takes his time. He rides them for ages. He rides them around the showgrounds. So I think, you know, he just really makes them well-rounded versions of themselves. And then when he puts the pressure on and he gets quick, I think they're ready for it.
They've got the confidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the mental element of the horse's mental wellness is often overlooked.
For sure.
And it's becoming such an important topic for these professionals. They're doing such a great job with it.
Yeah, well ridden there. I mean, Johann rode for South Africa. He took his fancy stallion Rondemar overseas, the World Equestrian Games. He jumped a clear round with a time fault. I mean, that's an incredible feat. And now coming back to South Africa and getting up and running again and sort of creating a whole new string of horses. This horse is owned by his sponsor that he's had for years, Lynn Rowan, who was actually the team captain for the winning team.
Wonderful, yes, for Regenesis Fleet Outliers.
Here's our first clear.
That is fantastic.
Fantastic
Beautiful
riding.
round.
Actually made it look easy, to be honest with you. Good riding.
When it's done well, it always looks easy.
Absolutely.
So into the lead goes Johann Lata with Nova Zonnestraal's Forever de la Rogue Z. Beautiful round, well within the time.
I still say that he needs a haircut, but he tells me that it makes him go faster.
Now in, it was lovely to watch the stallion jump on Friday. Shaytan Hendricks on Callahoo Warm Blood Studs, Callahoo's Larrison.
This horse's canter is magnificent, isn't it?
So athletic.
Yeah, for sure.
Crazy.
I think Shaytan would definitely be mindful of time faults because this horse's canter and his jump is so big and extravagant that you can't really get faster, unfortunately.
That Afrizan jump really is...
It's interesting that...
I think the wind's coming from that direction, personally.
It must just be encouraging that pole to fall.
Yeah.
Shaytan's got this horse in a hackamore combination setup. I think as bitting has become more professional and people have realized that the comfort of horses' mouths has become so important, it's become a science, I find. So these companies around the world have been designing bits that are really soft and forgiving for horses' mouths, but still providing enough sort of support away from the jumps for the riders. I suppose that's always our aim, is to try and keep it as as comfortable as possible for the horses. And you see, so this horse has got a little piece over the nose, and then a little rubber piece in the mouth, to provide sort of two lots of support. Often horses sort of don't like to be managed and handled in the mouth only, so maybe that nose pressure may keep the stallion a little bit happier.
Let's have a look at that first pole down for Shaytan Hendricks.
I must say, I saw a few of his progeny jump yesterday, and my word, they just absolutely
that's really exciting.
ooze class.
It's great to see.
Yeah, Ash Healy's got one that's, I think, one of the best I've seen.
Some time, and you were quite right, some time faults there for Callahose Larison and Shaytan Hendricks. Next in the arena, Kaz Lee with Elmo. This is a wonderful 9-year-old gelding by Asaro W out of the Burggraaf line, so lots of Dutch blood in this horse.
So the mother's name was Rocket. It was actually owned by Ronnie Healy.
Ronnie's.
Yeah. So, and isn't it interesting that Ron actually trains Kaz and this horse? Really close to Ron's heart, obviously. Rocket was absolutely incredible for Ron, and I mean, this horse has been absolutely incredible for this young lady. Gee whiz, he is quick and careful, and I mean, again, it's so difficult as a commentator to sort of say too much, but I mean, just the horse's record speaks for itself, that it's really careful. She won the Speed Derby last year. I mean, if he's clear, he's generally in the top 3. Again, going in that Hackamore bit combination. You can see, maybe a bit from Rocket. Rock had a very strange mouth, and looks like he's given that a bit to her daughter. But again, just super careful. Kaz was quite quick in there. I mean, that's a balancing 5, and I mean, you see how the horse just gets its hocks underneath it. Lucky.
He was tanking a little bit around that corner.
Oh, yeah, unlucky.
Cracking time, but just the one pole, unfortunately.
Yeah, good round.
Caroline and Elmo. Let's have a look at that one. So did Ronnie breed this horse himself?
No, he actually didn't. And funnily enough, he said to me, there's a girl who's moved to me and she's got a horse that's out of Rocket. And I was like, never. It's impossible. Like, the world can't be that small. And yeah, amazing.
She still looks very happy with that. That did seem to be such a light touch on that rail there.
She's sort of saying to herself, potentially she could have maybe rushed her corner a little bit there.
Now, is that Rochelle?
Yeah, I think actually
yes,
best friends with Kaz. It's just left. This is a little fiery horse. He goes in a rubber snaffle, and I think Rochelle just wants to sort of stay out of his way. I don't think that he's particularly orthodox. I don't think he would particularly be everybody's cup of tea. But she's had huge success on him just by letting him be. I think some riders prefer not to ride like that, and again, some prefer that they would.
Yeah, as much as there's this variable of the horse's way of going and personality, it's trying to match it to the right rider.
Yeah, hugely. Again, like I say, he's little, this horse, and jumps these big jumps with ease. See how unorthodox he is through the turn there.
Oof, and still, even falling in there, just managed that.
Again, though, then the short 5 potentially would suit you. If you're quite slow to the double, you don't carry huge amounts of momentum out of the double. Unlucky. Shame.
We were all holding our breath down to that last one.
Even Rochelle using her voice there, saying, whoa, trying to get away from it. She was trying all she could.
Close. The last pole down there for Rochelle Cook and Moon Zappa.
Solid round. Solid
really
round.
Well ridden. Tricky little horse, this. Saying, leave me.
I think she looks like she did 8 there, but I think she'd potentially planned that. I don't know if I would have strung a little horse out like that. Definitely trying to keep his hocks underneath him would be the better plan. I was really unlucky.
Lovely round there. And next in, we have a young rider, Zandi Alcock, on her very own Tack and Tog sponsored Callahole Lansik.
He's an impressive horse, this, with a beautiful canter, another son of Lisbon. She's built up a beautiful relationship with this horse.
She just adores him. She absolutely worships him. It's really.
I think she bought him from Ray.
Yes.
Ray produced him up the grades, and then she took over. Again, to take over from Ray is pretty big shoes to fill. The horse would have had a foot-perfect production, and then this girl's sort of carried on with that. I must say, she's been very successful, won lots of good classes, and he's always there and there about this horse. Definitely, like in the 135s, he was almost unbeatable, to be honest with you. And now she's, definitely the Zadi's good enough, and the horse is good enough to now try her hand at a little bit bigger jumping.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a lot to go up from 135 to 140 when you're talking about it on the ground, but
when you got your white breeches on, it's always looking a little taller. I thought she took her time there. Lucky to set that horse up, and it's weird. It almost looks like it changed her rhythm.
Not quite managing to get himself out of the ground there.
It's such a game of chess, this. You try and sort of set your horse up and keep it balanced and level so you can keep a lid on them, and then potentially getting a little slow. Shame. It was a little bit off that. Unlucky.
You see her just giving him a little rub there, very empathetic.
Yeah, for sure. She has a very good relationship with this horse. She would never have wanted to do anything. And look, as riders, we never go out there to make a mistake. We always want to try and put our best foot forward. Our horses are worth everything to us, so we never want to hurt them or injure them or make any mistake or scare them in any way. So a little.
Do things like that impact the horse's confidence?
Yeah, I think how we react would impact.
That's a lovely way of saying it.
I think there how she strokes the horse on the neck, saying, "Sorry, dude, I didn't mean to do that. Can we try again?" Maybe keeping the horse on her side would be a better way of reacting to so that you can maybe come back another day and try another day or whatever it is. This is a long game, the sport. We've got a long calendar, as I've said earlier in the show, and I think that you've got to try a little bit more positive there. Big squeeze. That's fine. Yeah, that was unlucky. Shame, man. I think now she'll again just be taking her time, nursing her horse around, wanting to be a little bit positive and forward to the jumps. Look, I think that horse's expression says it all. If you look at going down to the last, his ears are pricked, his eyes are bright. I think he potentially said, "Okay, Mom, we made a little error and let's finish strong." That was really good.
Finishing there on 18 faults for Zandi Alcock and Takentog's Kelleher Lansik. The graphics just a little bit incorrect there on the live streaming. Sorry, guys.
She's giving her horse a big pat there, and I think just again, we always want to try and make sure that our horses have good experiences in the ring so that they want to come back and fight for us again.
Absolutely. They have to be on our side. The wonderful Lisa Williams now coming in on her very own Regenesis Vet Perouge. Regenesis Vet, of course, the winning team from the United League of Champions on Friday.
This is a big horse, real solid through its body. If you look at how, Lisa's, Dennis is not small for me, and I think that this horse is much bigger than Dennis.
A much longer horse.
Yeah, absolutely, different type. I've chatted to Lisa about Dennis for years and years, and I think what
He's
made
got
him...
quite a fan club. It's lovely.
And he deserves it.
Yeah.
She was always she just kept saying it's so easy. And I kept saying to her, yeah, but you're good. And then she said, no, but it's just that easy, And I think you just get horses that you click with, And I think now, obviously, she's trying to, build up another string of horses. It's good that she's got new younger horses up the grades. That probably takes the pressure off Dennis a little bit and keeps Lisa up there.
I think to stay at the top, you just constantly have to be developing your string, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It becomes an expensive
I have huge respect for people who can stay at the top of this game for the length of time that some of them do, because to stay organized enough, a little bit runs out of balance there just on the disciplined 5, we're going to call it. He's a huge horse and a big stepping horse, so it would have been difficult for her to balance him up there and a bit there.
Classy finish there for Lisa Williams and the Perigo Gelding Regenesis Vet Perouge. Next in, we have our winner from
our Grand Prix
the
winner
150 on Friday. Let's have a look at that pole that Lisa down there.
You can see her trying to ask the horse to whoa, and the horse being quite keen. Often jumping out of a double, horses have more momentum than just a single fence. So she almost had double momentum to deal with going down to number 9.
Amy Michel with Go to Blue.
Gee whiz, what an incredible combination this is, isn't it?
She said this is their first show back. They had a little bit of a break after last year.
Doesn't look like it, does it?
No.
She's got unbelievable feeling, and again, I think an incredible relationship with this horse. She rides up tempo, which suits today's classes, and the horse is really careful at that pace. That's sort of what you really need, is when you're sort of pushing horses to their limit to canter and then ask them to be careful. It's quite difficult. Horses have got to naturally get to that speed, and then you can ask them to be careful, and it sort of makes their job a little easier. This horse, after winning the Grand Prix the other day, I think Amy, after obviously the horse probably not 100% fit to go on and jump the World Cup, she just wanted to sort of take the pressure off and let the horse have, dare I say, an easy round around the 140s after having such a sparkling win the other day.
Giving lots of air to this.
You sort of mentioned that when it's done well, it looks easy.
Absolutely.
That's another example of it.
God, that is just superb.
Excellent riding.
Amy
Beautiful
Michel,
jumping. Well
no
done.
faults, no time faults.
So we have a jump off.
Finally. Amy Michel on Go to Blue and Nova Zonostral's Forever Della Roque with Johann Lata.
So again, that's going to be a quick jump off. Both of those are fast.
Absolutely. And Amy, I can see, is certainly going to give Johann a run for his money later. Look at Blue, he's very chuffed with himself there. He knows he's been a good boy.
Proper horse, that.
Now we have Lisa Rahman with Callao Libra. Again, that white Lisbon face coming in.
Yeah, I must say the face and then just the quality through the canter.
Lisbon was himself just, a phenomenal. I think he was one of the premier stallions in his licensing.
Absolutely, like a real all-round athlete. And I always find what shows or proves a good breeding stallion is that they breed better than themselves. And if you look at all the Lisbons that are around, wow, they're real quality. Oops. Wow.
Oh, she did well to ride through that. Hanging in the first element.
So their good plan B. Obviously she probably planned A, going 7 down up the treble, but because she was a bit slow coming in, she just went on the outside line 8. I'm sure that horse was really good to jump through that.
Absolutely, she recovered really well, a bit long there.
I think that Lisbon's been really incredible at producing quality horses. And when I say amateurs, I mean that in a positive way. Not professional riders, that people that do it for a living. I'm saying young ladies
Rideable
or young
horses.
Gentlemen that can, buy these horses off the auction, and they're good enough to go and jump around these 140 classes.
Requires athleticism and really wonderful temperament.
Absolutely. And I think that's well said. I think that when their temperament is kind enough that they can keep coming back and doing it again, it's fantastic.
So 3 poles and 4 for time there for Lisa Rahman. Again, the Afrizan.
Yeah. Comes quite early. I didn't think it was going to ride that tricky, but again, each horse is different.
Let's have a look at our next horse coming in. Callao L'Amour, another Callao. Another Lisbon.
Yeah, Tracy jumped in the team event the other day. Another Lisbon horse.
Tracy herself, so experienced.
Really.
Lovely person. Wonderful horsewoman.
Always smiling, always looking for something positive for her horses. Always making light of tricky situations. When she was walking the outdoor Grand Prix, she always comes out with very entertaining remarks. I think trying to lighten the mood so she doesn't feel so nervous. I always say to her, I don't know why she's nervous, because she rides so elegantly and so smoothly.
I think a sense of humour is, what do they say? Sense of humour is the only emotion you should constantly have in the saddle.
Absolutely. Unlucky, man. Looked like she'd set the horse up so well, but
There's so many turns in this track. It's really...
I think that the sort of one of the definitions of a really quality course builder could be that, you know, you find the odd rail here and there. You know, it's not like there's
Absolutely.
Demolition Derby or whatever it is, and that the people are going, wow, this is unjumpable. It's just they catch you here and there, and I think the course builder's done a magnificent job this afternoon, or morning, sorry.
Just those 2 poles for Tracy Carney and Callagher Lamore. Let's have a quick look at what happened there.
Yeah, the room for error is so small as the jumps get bigger.
You're echoing what Anna Marie said on Friday. Obviously, Anna Marie also a wonderful course builder, and she said you don't want the riders to feel that you've bogeyed them with like a horrible line.
Sure.
So the scattering of poles really speaks to a course that's challenging different elements of these different athletes.
Yeah, agreed.
Jonathan Clark on his next ride.
This is Lisa's horse, as far as I know.
Lisa Williams' Regenesis Vet Pilgrim.
I think this is actually their first show together. Again, I don't think people realize how tricky and how talented you have to be as a rider just to get on a horse and go and jump it around the 140s after not riding it for very long. Jono is just, again, showing his class.
This horse is also by Perigo, which her Peruge is by.
Sure. So Lisa's very particular about how she buys horses and where they come from, and she's actually told me I think she could even have a son of Campbell coming up, or a daughter, or a sibling. Sorry, sibling when I say it. It all was mindful. There was the mare that was involved, was very mindful and that type of thing. So I'm not surprised that these horses are similarly bred. Yeah, well ridden.
Good recovery after a couple of poles there for Jonathan. Also such a cool temperament.
Amazing, yeah.
Jono. Very athletic horse.
Wow, I think that's a nice partnership for the future, to be honest with you. I think that looked really, really good. Well done, Jono. Good round. Lisa will be chuffed with that too.
Very similar shape to her other horse.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's interesting seeing the breeding coming through. Let's have a look at those 2 poles in a row. And a tricky ride there.
So interesting.
Well managed.
Jono's always been so particular about loosening his girth after he's ridden. He wants his horses to breathe after they've jumped.
To feel good leaving the arena.
Yeah. So he's very particular. As they finish jumping, he loosens his girth 2 or 3 holes so that they can breathe when they're really tired.
I wonder if he loosens his own belt as well. A scratching for Martin Swanepoel, unfortunately. So next in the arena we have Ray Corba on the Slade Equestrians Data Sciences Gringo de Thurenzie. I was looking forward to watching Martin on a second horse.
Yeah, it's unlucky. Shame. I hope everything's all right. Yeah, Ray's been putting a really good relationship together with these horses. All the professionals in our industry sort of are all capable of riding each other's horses. It's amazing. This horse was lightly produced by Jono, I think, and now been taken over by Ray. I mean, from a horse's point of view, you don't really get it better than that. Beautifully ridden there. Gave him a bit of room, squeezed him up to the front rail. Excellent. Just saying earlier that Ray's always got such short reins. He's always so connected to them. So if he does need to make that slight or short adjustment, he's right there. He's going to be in the time, I think.
Oof, and we have a third horse for our jump off.
Another speedy one.
Ray Corba with Data Sciences Gringo de Thurenzie.
Excellent round, Ray. Well done.
And he will be joining Amy Michel and Johann Lata for our jump off. Little thumbs up there.
Ray's asking if he's in the time. I think that maybe we've lost a bit of power or something. So it's so interesting that as riders, you've always got that in the back of your head that unfortunately jumping a clear round isn't good enough anymore. You've got to jump a clear round in the time,
absolutely.
and then it's good enough.
And
that was a quick one.
Yeah. Rayna's time 73.88, Johann's 75.36, and Amy Michelle, very zippy round with her go-to blue, 72.45. Next in the arena, Nicola Simon Riley again, with the wonderful Sunny Park Rivendell quintessence.
Nicola's produced this horse again, just in her way that she does. She doesn't sort of worry if the horses are well ridden. That horse was really tricky through the turn. They went a little bit behind her leg and started bouncing.
But she's just
so cool. I mean, you can see there was no stress, no panic, no flapping of the elbows. She just sort of sits down, plans it in her head. She's really strong through her body, so she'll use her entire body to help her get out of a tricky situation.
It's about
new to this level.
And pure strength there.
Oh, absolutely.
Unfortunate pull coming out of the combination there.
He's a real character, this stallion.
Really?
I
love hearing that.
Again, I don't think he would be everybody's cup of tea. He's feisty, he's fiery, and you'd never say so because he's ridden so magnificently. Oh, solid round.
One
especially
pole and 2 time faults.
Yeah,
Nicholas I'm on the Quintenda Kalido 1 stallion, Sunny Park Rivendell quintessence. Let's have a look at that.
Oh, he tried really hard to get the back rail. Shame.
Wonderful to see them really make the effort. He realised his error in there. Seen it again a bit later on her other ride, which was meant to be an earlier on Rivendell Lamborghini. But next up, we have Thomas van Rekevorsel on his superstar little Capital My Lady. This pair really won it for the Regenesis Fair on Friday. I think he shaved 7 seconds off their time. It was insane.
Isn't that amazing?
So exciting to watch.
Isn't that amazing? Gosh. He is really impressive to watch, this young man. I think we can talk about him before we talk about the little mare underneath him. Look at the pace that he's at. He's always rolling across the ground. He's never pulling. I'm sure he's going to plan to do 7 down here because he's cruising.
Yeah,
I mean, easy. But I think again, what makes this mare good is she steps like a big horse. It doesn't really matter that she's only 15.3. She steps like a 16.3 handle, so she jumps like one for me. And then backed up with this incredible canter.
And he just stays in such great balance.
And he's always talking to her. If you listen to, he's always breathing out and chatting to her under his breath, saying, easy girl. It's interesting because he's firing her with his legs saying, come on, keep going. But then he just reminds her to be a little careful. 3, 4, and the last. Ooh, the jump off's going to be a good one. This is interesting.
If they jump like that, they're big enough, right?
Absolutely.
The quickest time so far, 71.56, and a clear round.
She jumped that for fun.
Thomas van Rekevorsel and Capital My Lady. I love that. She jumped it for fun. I loved her little ears pinning back. She was like, yeah.
She loves it. And I mean, Thomas absolutely loves it. I mean, you can imagine why. I mean, she's just game for it. Quite interesting. I mean, before we go to the next horse, Thomas says at home she can sometimes walk into the arena and say, no, she doesn't feel like this today. And she walks out. And I mean, he doesn't fight with her. He tries to work around her. And I mean, Dominique's very parroted. I can't imagine he'd be too chuffed at that. But I mean, she's just that type. She's so good. And I mean, she's so opinionated that who knows why she didn't feel like working that day, but they just work around her sass. And I mean, you can see why. I think she's going to jump a 145 Grand Prix one day for sure.
We were scheduled to have an arena rake a little bit later, but I think it's coming up now. No, here we have Johann coming in. Johann Lata on this wonderful coloured horse. I believe you called it the family horse, Brendan.
It's the family horse, but it's also the red wine horse.
That's it. Best companion.
Joe, Johann's wife, when they went overseas, when they were at the auction, nobody was bidding on this horse. So Joe felt sorry for him and bought him, as you do.
It's not why Joe married Johann.
It's
funny though, you speak about Thomas not pushing his luck with his mare. And Dominique, I've also seen Dominique be very, very mindful with his mares. And I said to him, oh, that's amazing. He says, you don't know a lot about life if you know not to fight with a woman in a bad mood.
Absolutely. Well, he's definitely lived by that.
Yeah.
He's an interesting looking horse, this. Obviously, being that striking patchy colour. He's got a real game, and I would say suits Johann down to the ground. It's so interesting that Johann can be so good on his big chestnut stallion Poimois, who is a little more level-headed, who was also like Rondemar, his big stallion. But you know, Johann in the past has been unbelievably good on quick, unorthodox horses, which is a little bit like this horse. I whenever I think of Johann, I always think of him on these really fiery ones, zooming along the place.
A very handy horse, this.
Yeah.
By Best Man Z out of a Celui Zime.
Sure, he tried really hard behind there to clear the back rail. Gee, he's really giving his all, this horse.
We've just, someone says here, it's nicknamed the petrol pony.
Obviously, because he wins a lot, so he's going to pay for the diesel coming home. Come on, Johann. 2, 3. Eyes up. Excellent.
Beautiful.
Sure.
Oh, it's hotting up.
2 in the jump off. Johann's going to be cash-lottering his way there this time.
Maybe he can pay for petrol and entries. So 4 going through to our jump off now. Johann Lata with both of his rides. Best Companion Z. They're going to be competing for quite a bit of petrol money. First place is up for 15 grand.
Sure.
Second place, 10,000 rand. Third place, 7.5.
Johann's got 2 bites at the apple then, so he must be backing himself today for sure. Look, anything can happen in this sport, and it's not over till it's over.
No, absolutely not. And we've still got a really wonderful lineup of horses coming, such as Shaytan Hendricks on this wonderful Biogen's Greater G.
She's a real picture of a horse, and I think the absolute apple of Shaytan's eye. He loves her.
Such classic blood in this graft top out of a Silvio 1. In that real graft top head.
Yeah. And I mean, you talk about game mares. Look at her expression. She's in magnificent condition, and she just looks like she's made for this. She loves it. She's got a big, extravagant back end, and I think so sensitively ridden by Shaytan. You know, he's a beautiful rider. He's light and he's strong at the same time. Provides the horses with such a good opportunity to clear the jumps. So interesting. They've got a foal out of this mare already. They took an egg out of her. I stand to be corrected, but I think it's by I'm Special to News, and it actually looks exactly like Greta. It's pitch black with a little star on the snip.
That's very exciting.
So they're already thinking outside the box already. I mean, if you look at what this mare is producing in the ring now, can you imagine in 5 or 6 years' time when that horse's progeny is going to be jumping? It's going to be really exciting.
Embryo transfers have really opened up our blood, because you obviously don't want to take a break from competing with your top horse.
Absolutely.
But
Come
you
on,
still
girl.
beat them.
Oh, man.
Magic.
Fantastic. Excellent.
Fantastic.
Gee, that horse's expression is magnificent. That was a really good round.
Shaytan Hendricks and Biogen's Greater Z joining Thomas van Reyke-Vorsel, Amy Michel and Johann Lata with 2 rides.
Yeah, quality horses so far.
That's actually, if I can see that correctly, that's our 7th horse joining, because Rayna Corba also clear through with Gringo de Thuren Z. Yeah. Very exciting jump off ahead, and I think these riders later in the class really learning from the first few riders and making sure that they're all well within the time.
Absolutely. Sure. Look, I think it's such a balancing act, as we've seen. You know, because the poles have fallen all around the course, you have to be so mindful from start to finish, and really taking your horse into consideration. What your horse is going to find difficult, how you're going to make your horse's trip around here the easiest.
So we're going to have a quick arena rake here to make sure that the surface stays nice and level for the second half of our class. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break, but stay tuned for the rest of the 1 meter 40 335 Sporthorse Stud Championship here today at the World Cup Qualifier at Kyla Equestrian Park.
I wish that I could fly into the sky so that I fly from the trees over the seas and all the breeze to anywhere I please. Oh, I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, 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 yeah.
So 26, 24.
So we're just having a look at the upcoming class, the Sporthorse, the 334 Sporthorse Stud 1 meter 50 FEI World Cup Qualifier. So we were having a nice chat with my in-studio guest, Brendan McNiven. Brendan,
really
how
strong,
are you thinking about that? It looks like a strong class up ahead.
Yeah, the creme de la creme of South African show jumping, that's for sure.
2 rides for Ronnie Healy, 2 for Nicola Simon Riley, 2 for Nicola Horwood, Johann Lata, Dominique, Van der Merwe, Bronwyn De Santos, Colbonza, Ashley. I mean, it's
a really, really exciting class. I'm going to be very interested to see what our course builder does. I think he's been really clever in this 140 class. I think again what he would have seen as an international course builder is that there were more riders in this class than in the other classes. So he would have tried to wheedle out a few. That's generally what they do.
No,
you know, like I would have loved to have chatted to him and asked him how many he would have wanted in the jump off, but he wouldn't have wanted 30 in the jump off. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You know, they definitely do want to. I mean, this is the championships. They want to separate, you know, the men from the boys, and they want to sort of get the best horses into the jump off. So interesting. I mean, this is a really strong class, I think, because I think the World Cup is going to be serious. And I think that if you are still getting your horse used to the bigger classes or whatever it may be, I think the stepping stone would be to jump the 150 Grand Prix and then put your horse back down like what Amy has done.
Amy Michel,
I mean, if you see how easily and how confidently that horse jumped the 140 champs now, after winning the 150 Grand Prix, I think that horse will be full of confidence.
Lovely.
And I think you'll probably find that by the Shangweni World Cup, that horse will be up to full fitness and be really ready to go and in a really confident headspace. So I think that again, it's that whole balancing act of keeping the horses up there and keeping them wanting to jump. You know,
developing them physically in parallel with the mental development you expect from a high level athlete.
Definitely, you know, you've often, most of my friends are riders, and we've often got to like sort of take our own advice. You know, you put a younger horse up the grades, and you say, "How did the horse jump?" And you say, "No, it had 3 down or whatever," and they look a bit disappointed. But you say, "Yeah, but." You know, it's the horse's first 140 or its first 150. They're still learning to jump that size. You know, they're still getting their bodies
so you
used
make it
to
a
it.
friendlier class.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and just you as a rider try and be kinder to yourself, if you know what I mean. You don't put so much pressure on yourself because the horses are animals and they're learning. You know, they're trying their best, and again, you know, when there aren't many opportunities that we get to jump these really big classes. So this afternoon's 160 class is going to be very exciting, I must say.
Really looking forward to seeing that. Now back into the arena, we're leading off with number 37 Takentog's Ultimo WC with Shari Michaelis in the saddle.
Yeah, Shari also jumped in the team event. I think her team came second. I think she was part of the Navarro team, wasn't she?
Yes, she was. Mark White,
Yeah.
Listen, Team Navarro came second, and then third was Barry Taylor's
The
Rockstars, Equine 74 Rockstars.
So she's just bought this horse from Lara Neal. He's a a real character, this guy. He's a bit unorthodox in his way of going, but is a real jumper.
Leona Van der Merwe out of Wunderbar.
Yeah,
Wunderbar,
so
some old.
her name was Whisper Cool, the mom. Lara jumped Whisper Cool around a World Cup or two, to be honest with you. She was a little mare. And then Lara put her in foal. Lara married Gareth Neal, and Sean owned the father of this horse, which is Ulana van Leeuwen. So he's a real homebred horse. Sure, jumped into the treble well. Watch his knees when he jumps. He's really awake and aware where the poles are and trying to get out the way. Gosh, he jumped that well. A new partnership for Shari, so she'll still be learning this horse's way, and I suppose being a little unorthodox, it may take her a bit of time. That said, though, she looks like she's hit the ground running.
Sure.
The horse is looking super balanced and happy underneath her. You know, I think when you've got unorthodox horses, you've got to let them be. You're never going to change who they are, and it's our job to sort of work with them and around them rather than try and change them.
They said that the way that they got Usain Bolt to just be better and better is by focusing on what he did well, not trying to fix what he didn't do well.
Amazing.
From an athlete perspective.
4, 5, 6, 7 in the time.
Clear.
Go on.
And in the time.
Excellent. He'll be quick in the jump off too. Shari's
Just
always fast.
adding that up. That's fantastic. So an 8th horse joining our jump off now. Very exciting. Competition certainly heating up. Next in the arena, I'm just trying to see if she's in. Yes, she is. That is Francesca Sana on Callao Confidor. Callao Confidor owned by Ian Sana, who is the president of the South African Equestrian Federation. Also very involved in our African horse sickness vaccine project.
Thank goodness.
Yes, absolutely.
Very scary times for all of us as horse owners at this time. Every ride that we get on our horse is privileged these days. This is a very interesting horse. I don't want to say too much at the beginning of the course, but I think very, very highly of this horse. He was produced by James White, who
That's right.
I think actually trains Francesca. And she's taken over from James, and gee whiz, the horse has looked exceptional under her. Jumped that beautifully.
James won a 6-bar with this horse as well.
Yeah. He's been incredibly versatile. He's sort of the whole package, to be honest with you. You know, like he's a big, like you say, like a big puissance jumper and a Grand Prix horse, which you don't often get, to be honest with you.
Also by Concoriana. That's Yanni Kleinhans' horse, was same stallion.
He's a Concoriana.
Very similar looking.
Just expression, and watch that front end. He's just almost the same each jump. So consistent in his jump. She's again naturally fast, I would like to think. The horse goes in quite a quick way. Sure, her upper body was very, very good through there.
Very disciplined.
Yeah, excellent round.
Another
Wow.
one through to the jump off.
And a
Francesca
very fast
Sana
one.
On Callagho Confidor in a time of 75 seconds, well, within the time allowed here, which is 78 seconds.
That was an excellent round. Excellent round. From start to finish, the same smooth rhythm the whole way. Didn't bustle the horse, just let the jumps get in the way. That was amazing.
So our jump off is hotting up. Next into the arena, Hannah Gerber on Capital Hudson.
She's one of our young riders. Trains with Barry and Lorette at Farnham. I'm pretty sure this is her first year in adult. I'm sure she jumped the junior SA champs last year. Could stand to be corrected.
This horse by Capital Homerus out of an Optimum Thunder Wellington mare.
Oh, unlucky in the middle there.
And the last one coming down a couple of seconds later.
Damn.
No, just in case we thought it was getting easier.
Yeah, for sure. But again, I think you know, when you watch young riders polish their trade around the bigger jumps and have horses that are, you know, happy to take them around as they learn and potentially make a few errors here and there, they're really worth their weight in gold, these horses. You know, you can't believe how much confidence the riders get from just getting to the finish. You know, like they had a couple down, but they've jumped a really solid 140 Grand Prix that was built by an international course builder. You know, I think that's
really brings them on after.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, with the whole year ahead, we've got so much to train and ride for. That was a good enough round.
So 3 penalties for time there. 5 poles for Hannah Gerber and Capital Hudson.
Shame was just a little slow, I think, in there behind her. They had to try quite hard.
Did it really well to get out of that treble there over the last one. Now, James Lowe, pupil of Dominique's, correct?
Yep, pupil of Dominique's. And
Dixie.
James, by profession, is a chiropractor. He's actually my chiropractor, to be honest with you.
Good to know.
So once we've fallen off the horses, we can go back to someone who knows what it feels like to fall off a horse, and he can fix us.
Yeah, just spines and attitudes. There you go.
Yeah, again, so, I mean, he's still managed to jump his string of horses at the top level and still be a doctor is pretty amazing, to be honest with you. He's a great guy, James, I must say. He's always positive, always got a smile on his face.
I love the blood on this 10-year-old gelding, Nabab Derev, out of a Goodwill dam line.
Yeah, the Nababs are amazing, aren't they? They've just got a keen blood. They always want to get to the other side. I've worked with a few of them, and they've all been similar types.
Just the middle of the treble coming down. Lovely balance there around that corner.
Yeah, James is a strong guy, I must say. I'll tell you that firsthand. So he really... Oh, I was unlucky. I actually thought he gave the horse enough space there. I think in this sport, you've always got to be looking at the positives. You've always got to be building. You know, I think, you know, I train people, and when I train, I'm always trying to say, guys, you've always got to try and come back for another day. You know, look at the positives and try and build. It is a tough sport, you know, and you've trained so hard all weekend, and you've put everything in, and you've had your horse physioed, and you've gone to bed early, and you've done everything right.
It can still.
Yeah, and it still doesn't necessarily work out perfect for you on the day. And I think that's why you've sort of got to break it up into pieces and kind of go, okay, potentially not great there, but potentially better in other places.
4 poles and 1 for time there for James Lowe. Next into the arena, we welcome back Chris van der Merwe on 334 Franzi U, Casal Laurentin mare. Really lovely. I love seeing mares with good blood.
Yeah.
Obviously, this one owned by our title sponsor for this show, 334 Sporthorse Stud.
Casal is such an interesting sire of horses. I mean, himself, he was a true champion.
And it's so rare to have that, right? A stallion that
Yeah.
has such an excellent performance career and then produces.
And I mean, just a little background. I think Casal actually won his last 5 or 6 star class that he ever jumped in. So basically, at his retirement, he won the class. Like, I watched the class. The people were in the grandstands were crying. It was incredible. This horse looks like it's got a tricky mouth, which the Casals can have sometimes. But again, Christopher's always on his A game. He's always got a plan. He doesn't often waver from his plan. He's very particular in how he wants his horses to go, and gives them the best opportunity. Sure, this mare's in beautiful condition. She's full of dapples as she canters past us here.
I felt that disappointment.
Oh
in your
man, that was
soul.
unlucky. I thought that he sat up because he really wanted to start waiting for the 5. And again, that's sort of where the sport, you've got to just be passionate about it and not be too sort of hectic with yourself, because I really thought he tried hard there, and so did the horse, and it didn't really work for him, unfortunately. But that was again a good round, 1 for time.
A pull down and 2-time faults for Chris van der Merwe and the beautiful 334 Franzi Yu. What a wonderful mare.
Now you see, he was trying to get his shoulders back to sort of get her to wait for the 5.
Great to see that. Now in the arena, Graham Wynne, the maestro.
Absolute
eventing
maestro.
With Calaho Vivaldi. Graham was with Martin on that World Equestrian Games eventing team.
Sure, Graham is an incredibly interesting man to talk to, the way that he schools his horses and his systems. His daughter Kirsten always makes me laugh because she's like, he's mad, this old man. He's always riding in the morning. I mean, I think Graham starts work at 5 in the morning in the winter. Like, it's dark. He puts the lights on and he goes around, and he absolutely loves it.
He really loves what he does.
He really does love what he does. And just for me, he's always been so passionate about all aspects of the sport. You know, to be an event rider and a show jumper. I mean,
his wife's into dressage now,
absolutely.
at the moment.
Yeah, Michelle's actually again such a character.
Yeah.
She's got such a fantastic outlook
They're
of our
real
sport.
horsemen running their centre of all these decades.
Oh, they're fantastic for our industry, to be honest with you. They've produced lots of great horses, lots of good riders. And again, just Graham is so gritty. Just how he's always going. He's never giving up, boy. And I think the horses feel that. So they kind of realize that they're in it to win us at this stage.
It's wonderful to watch Graham give clinics in the country for the eventers, and he runs alongside these horses, and they're cantering, and he's running,
Yep.
and he's saying, "Come over the next."
Isn't that incredible? I mean, I mean, you can see in his physique, he's super fit. Yeah, good round. Unlucky, they're 3 for time.
3 for time and a pole for Graham Wynne and Calaho Vivaldi.
That also would have been bar victory forever, I think.
Let me check that for you. Yes. Oh, Valentino Lantadel, actually.
Oh, really?
Calaho Vivaldi, yeah.
Okay.
And now
Interesting.
we have
Sure.
Bronwyn Meredith De Santos on her wonderful Sunny, as you said. Carlson 113.
Yo, he's a real.
Kolensky G. Pickard Gelding. This horse has been doing really well for her.
Just I sort of put this horse in a similar category to My Lady in the way that I don't think it matters how big they are. It's just how big their hearts are and how big their step is and how big their stride is, so if you can call it that. This horse just covers the ground. He's got such a beautiful conformation. He's got his head up. His ears are always pricked and he's super game. Again, I mean, Bron's not tall, and you'd almost think that this horse would suit her. And then you watch her ride Lavubu, and you think, well, she could actually ride
anything.
any of them. Again, what's great, I mean, I've said it before, I think that Bron's got a top string of horses at the moment. So I think what she does is she really puts them in their level. You know, the horses don't have to jump out of their grade. They can be in their level, and they can win in their level. I mean, there he canters up on an easy 7 there. Actually, I would almost say she'd have to be steadying there. He's cruising. Oh, unlucky. Almost too good on the 9 there. He's got massive step, this horse.
I think Bronwyn felt that going, and we could hear her give a little hup as she hit it.
She realized that she was going to be getting a bit close. But isn't it amazing that a little horse like this can be so game? She's got
Well,
a,
with Bronwyn on it looks like a normal-sized horse and rider. It looks like it could be.
she's got her foot on the gas, so she's obviously mindful about time if she's only had one down. Oh.
So, as you said earlier, Bronwyn having a bit of a schooling.
Yeah, I think she was trying to be a bit quick there, and I think maybe realised that she'd overcooked that. I mean, this horse is so good, she'll bring him back to fight another day, that's for sure.
I think he has been in the 150s before, so spending some time schooling. And there's a great phrase. It says, doesn't matter if you win or lose, as long as you're learning, you're winning.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And just is an ongoing sport. You can
Oh, gee, he really gave of his all, that horse.
Really
But a
tried
little
for her.
fraction too close. There's Lamborghini.
Now we have Nicola I'm Riley on the Rivendell Studs Lamborghini, owned by Corin Koop and Nicola Simon, together by Lissabon out of a Colvaro Z dam line.
This stallion and the grey stallion sort of came to Nicola together.
This is a young horse, only
Yeah,
7-year-old.
yeah. Well, it's in the same system, so they don't worry about how old they are at Sunny Park. You just must jump. And look, I mean, the horse does it easy. It's piloted magnificently, and I think there's no reason for the horse to be successful, to be honest with you. She thinks a lot of this horse. It's funny because I'll often say, how's Lamborghini? And she'll say, he had one down. And I said, but isn't he only a young horse? And I have to remind her that I think he's still going to grow into himself. I think we haven't seen the best of this horse yet at all. I do think that he's going to mature and grow into himself. And I think that's a tricky line for a young horse to jump, and he jumps it so easy. So, like I say, I don't think we've seen the best of this horse yet at all. As he sort of gets up the grades and is ridden by such a professional, we'll see the best of him.
Oodles of confidence there.
It's so interesting how riders can often make horses go similarly.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at this horse go in this bit, it could almost be Connoisseur. Rewind back a couple years. Connoisseur went in that same bit, ridden by the same rider, in the same system, jumping the same. Always nervous saying something to the last, but man,
Beautiful
that was an absolutely
ride.
cracking round, just in the time.
Nicola I'm Riley joining
Professional.
our list of jump-off riders with Rivendell Lamborghini.
Excellent round. She's going to be chuffed as hell with that.
So far going through to the jump-off, we have Capital My Lady, Go to Blue, Best Companion Z, Data Sciences Gringo de Thurin Z, Biogen's Greta G, Calaho Confidor, Nova Zonostrol's Forever, Della. You're going to have to fill me in.
I think
there.
it's Della Roche. Was it
yes,
Della Rock?
Della Rock. And Takentog's Ultimo WC and Rivendell Lamborghini now.
This is Leona on Finale.
Also owned by the 334 Sporthorse stud.
She jumped in the team event. She was the 334
Another-
140 rider, and she was also the person who won it for the 334 Titans last year.
Another wonderfully bred mare, I'm sure, brought in by Govert with an eye to building up his stud
Yeah.
by Dollar DLP out of a Cartago mare.
Yeah, that was beautifully ridden by Leona. She just gave the mare space so she could roll her up to the front rail of that oxer and hold her away.
I believe Govert's got a rule for his stud that he will only breed with mares that have jumped in the 135s or higher.
That's
And I
Sure.
think that's a solid.
Gee whiz, that's very high standards. But I think that's Govert's dream. You know, I think that he's really wanted to produce and have top quality horses, and he's well on his way. Come on. Yeah, man. This is going to
There
be
we
a
go, Leona.
proper
And
jump off.
within the time, 334 finale, you joining jump off. When it's done, making it look easy. But this could be another addition to it. Nicola Horwood's not going to go quietly into the night, coming in now on Capital Studs, United Aviation Group's Capital Impossible. What a wonderful name.
Yeah, amazing name, and he's for me, a good example of a modern-day sport horse. Ridden by one of our best, if not the best. I always get tickled pink when I watch Nicole drive the truck into the show, because it sometimes looks like no one's driving the truck. She can't even really see over the steering wheel, and then she has these massive, magnificent stallions underneath her that just absolutely jump for her. I mean, we don't have to. I'm sure everybody knows how decorated Nicole is as a rider. From Don Camarco and Colnado and so many quality stallions she has had the privilege of riding. Unfortunately, they lost Hayatoshi recently, but I mean, she made Hayatoshi an absolute champion as well, and now looking like she's going to be sort of grooming the next crop of young stallions that are coming out of Capital.
This 13-year-old stallion by Vadi TN out of Voltaire line.
I've actually stood next to Vadi. He is an enormous horse. He is like 18 hands, solid. And I mean, used to be ridden by, or when he's retired now, Michael van der Vleuten rode him. It was probably Nicole's size. Yeah, that horse jumped that well.
Beautifully through that line.
She's squeezing up round the turn. I think she's going to be mindful of time, especially after he jumped that so high.
Oh, it's going to be tight. Come on. Oh, it's so close.
Go! She's going to be in the time. Oh.
One time fault there for Nicola Horwood and the United Aviation Group's Capital Impossible, owned by Capital Stud, this horse.
Oh, unlucky. But look, I think for me, just for the future, I think he's going to be jumping Grand Prix fairly soon. That horse, he looked like he did that easy enough.
Nicole's here for the long game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now in Kyla Brimacombe, riding her own Consumer Rock International Quisto 2.
She's a speedy young lady, this, and I could stand to be correct, but I think she's dating a jockey. So I could imagine the conversations that they have in the
she
evening
thinks
about
she's going fast.
Who's going to go faster the next day.
I love trying different things, and I tried to ride work once, and I thought I was going so fast, and I was overtaken repeatedly, and
your eyes were watering.
Yeah, and I was just like, never again. That was horrifying.
She's quite keen to go fast, this girl. She's fairly comfortable going fast, and I think so is this horse. She's put a solid relationship together with him. She's had a little look there. She's trained by Ronnie Healy. Actually, her and Ronnie went overseas and bought this horse together and brought it into South Africa.
Quavados out of Acrobat H.
She said she's doing 7 here. 6, 7. That was her plan. She said it suited her horse. Unlucky. Gee whiz, it looked like it had cleared the front pole and just clipped the back rail.
Hung in the air for a fraction of a second.
Kyla's always very well dressed and her horses are impeccably presented. I see this horse has got a heart shaved in his bum. Her attention to detail is amazing.
Is there any restriction on jacket colours? I see quite a variance with the show jumpers.
As far as I know, you're not allowed to have a green jacket unless you have your national colours.
Nice. So 1 pole and 1 for time for Kyla Brimacombe and Consumer Rock International Quisto 2. She still looks pretty happy with that.
She'll be happy with that, and she's got a very good relationship with her horses. She's always patting them and playing with them and hacking them, and she'll be chuffed with that. Oh, it ran out of a bit of space and jumped quite high and didn't travel. Oh, that's unlucky.
Just landing on that back rail. Now in Zoe Roberts on Coscar FZ. Corland out of Carpaccio. Carpaccio is just the most appalling name for a horse. Sorry, it's just every time I read I'm like, it must be wrong. This is a Zimbabwean rider. Lovely to have people coming to, expanding out of the surrounding countries like Namibia and Botswana and Zimbabwe to be able to ride here.
Oh, unlucky there. It's a big, imposing oxer, that, and I must say that the horses have jumped it well. When that Epal oxer first came onto the scene, the horses saw those seals and they were having none of it, boy. So again, shame. It's unfortunate that the horse did have a look there, but it was definitely the course builder's plan, just to sort of potentially distract the horses. I've ridden a few young horses that have come around the corner and spotted that and thought, no, thank you. It's a really good-looking, big, elegant, tall horse. This
very lovely and modern.
suits her because she's actually built that way too.
No one gets to talk about the conformation of other human beings as much as horse riders.
I think we are so particular about it.
Yeah. It's a very unglamorous conversation.
Yeah, super. Finished
So
off well there.
stop and some time penalties there, leaving Zoe Roberts and Coscar FZ on 26 faults. We're moving along now to Alexandra Rick Hansen on her own Callahoo Laos.
She's a very decorated young rider, this young lady. She's won lots of big classes, SA champs, and this is a real speedy son of Lisbon. I almost think him and Zandi Alcock's horse are so similar, Lansing.
Really are. When he came in for a second, it looked like he could be having another go.
And they also go in that real competitive manner. They're sort of real compact in the way that they go. They hit the ground running. They're always landing balanced. I think if you've ridden horses that don't land balanced, you can appreciate how easy it is when they do land balanced. You know, you can really thinking about your job.
You're shaving a few strides of readjustments off.
Absolutely. I also find that horses that are balanced, you can be more mindful of the time because you can get going quicker, as opposed to sort of horses that land and run that you've got to readjust and then get going with the time. So I think in that readjusting moment, you can lose seconds. She was quite wide there, but definitely kept going.
Also doesn't look like a very tall horse.
No, and very economical in the way that he jumps. He uses his body very well. Also, I think what makes him quick in the jump-offs. That was really unlucky. Shame. She almost looked like he looked like he maybe looked at that water tray and she softened her hand and he towed it. That was really unlucky. Solid round.
Let's have a look at that pole down there at 11.
Yeah, finishing a little close.
Also popping her girth down there now. Dominique Alexander in on one coach, Sotlizi.
It's a fairly new horse for Dom. When I say that, I mean he has strings of young horses. Maybe fairly new open horse for Dom. He bought this horse from Michel Vonneck. And as I think it potentially jumped an open class as a young horse, and now he's been taking it up the grades, getting the horse fit, and obviously getting used to Dominique's way. I think he jumped the Grand Prix on Thursday, and it looked really good, I must say. So another example of now making it a little easier. After jumping a 145, 150 Grand Prix, you don't have to then ask the horses another question and go and jump the World Cup. You can bring them down a level and maybe have a little sweetener and make it easier for them.
Interesting to see that this H-Old is by Hunter Sendro, who is also the sire of Noriska Prinsloo Hills. Horse coming in a little bit later, Oregon Van den Bischoff.
Oh, interesting. Very good looking horse, I must say. Very striking and unlucky. Damn. Equitation
from that. Absolutely equitation.
Gee whiz.
Beautiful rider to watch, Dominique. Also a top dressage rider. Definitely prefers this though. Just taking the front rail down on that second element.
Tried so hard coming in.
Young horse though, lots to come. Now Kelly O'Connor on the Chinwin Choco Blue Gelding Tackentog's Capital Moonlight.
Okay, she's choosing to come off the right. Everyone's so far has come off the left this morning. Yeah. Kelly for sure needing no introduction. Derby winner, multiple Grand Prix winner, and I think this is a horse that she's been producing. He's had quite an interesting time. This horse, he went to Europe and had a little stint in Europe when Kelly went, and then she's brought him back to South Africa.
Sure, South Africa looks a lot friendlier after
and warmer, let's face it. I'm sure he's happy to be back.
He probably thinks the weather today is glorious.
Yeah, for sure. He's also, for me, a real good example of a modern-day sport horse. He's fine and real athletic in the way that he is built, and really game. Sure, good job.
I believe this capital horse was on the same auction as Ronnie Healy's Magic Boy.
Ooh.
Little.
Gee, had a little look there. It's unfortunate, especially when it's your sponsored jump.
Yeah.
Oh, he's having none of it. What is he? Whoops.
Something upsetting Kelly O'Connor's lovely Capital Moonlight, sponsored by Tack and Togs, and unfortunately not wanting to go anywhere near the Tack and Togs combination today.
That's strange. It almost looked like it saw it late. It looked like it was jumping quite well, to be honest with you. Oh, it's unfortunate.
Unfortunate elimination for 2 refusals there for Kelly O'Connor. Next in the arena, the owner of Penbrit Equestrian Centre, Belinda Martin, on Brannock Cassiopeia. Brannock stud, one of the warm blood studs in South Africa. Also a Concoriano son.
Friendly with Belinda, and I've chatted to her about this horse. This is her absolute heart horse. It's really been amazing for Belinda's riding. It's a big, scopy, brave, athletic horse. I've seen it jump some really nice rounds and have some fantastic results in some 140 classes. See Belinda sort of putting her foot down a little bit, going after number 3 there, because she's obviously mindful of time and realizing that this horse is potentially a bit bigger and slower than the other types and would maybe getting caught out with the time.
This is another horse that had his first 1.50 meter on Friday.
Oh, did she jump the Grand Prix?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
So also, as you said, giving him an easier ride now around the 140 championship.
Wow. How well did he jump that?
Really got out of his own way there.
Yeah. Sure. Let's see what the time's like. I mean, she's there and thereabout. No, she's good. Is she? Only just
scraping in.
That was scraping in.
Our 11th horse to join the jump off just inside the time allowed of 78 seconds on 77.4. Belinda Martin on Brannock Cassiopeia.
Super round. She'll be over the moon.
Next then we have Georgina Ratcliffe on another Nova Zonostral's horse, Calibro Saint L. This horse coming in by Kalido 1 out of an Okomina dam line.
Sure, it's a beautiful stamp of a horse, I must say.
Lots of greys representing today, those sea lions.
I don't know a lot about this horse, but I do know that Paulie will be well prepared, and she's definitely going to be wanting to jump a clear round today.
I'm sure they're still flying high after their team, the Genesis State Outliers United League of Champions win on Friday. That was such an exciting competition to watch. It was really great.
Yeah, she comes from Cape Town, and I can imagine is trained and has been hand-trained by Gonda Beatrix. Lucky. That's been an interesting jump, I must say. Like, I think, I thought that maybe the waiting 5 was going to be quite difficult to jump 9, but I think that the floating distances often test horses care a little more. You know, like if a distance is waiting, you can, as a rider, you can start waiting early. You know that you're waiting, so you can stay waiting. Where if you're going, it's quite difficult to sort of know how much go to have.
Johann Lata's pupil, Georgina Ratcliffe, unfortunately not joining for the jump off. Let's have a look at that pole, that first pole that she took.
Yeah, all the horses have finished a little deep there. It's unfortunate, man.
Sorry, she's coached by Gonda. She stables with Johann Lata at Steyn City.
That would be when she moves up to, when she comes to Joburg, she would stable at Steyn City, and then when she goes home, she lives at Nova Zonnestraal
so
and
she
is
actually
trained
based
by
there.
Gonda.
Okay.
Yeah, she's stables down in Cape Town.
Next up, we have Danielle Evitzer on Callahoo Liberace.
Oh, Danielle's a friend of mine. I used to help train her daughter. I've known this horse his whole life since he was a cheeky young stallion. He's now a well-mannered gelding. Had a little incident at our yard once, and after that he went off to the vet and came back much quieter. And to be honest with you, since then, I feel like his career has taken off. He's really been a fantastic horse for Danielle in the last, I would say, 18 months. He went into the open classes and jumped magnificently. He went into the 135s and just did it easy and competitive and won lots of classes, and I think she won the Trident Cup 130 last year. He's been fantastic for her. Danielle, I don't think, has had a huge amount of experience in the 140s. Lucky there. So I think she's, just going to be sort of paying a bit of school fees and producing her own very quality horse. I think that this is a horse for the future for her. I think he will definitely be up there and jumping some clear rounds, or at least getting her on the podium, that's for sure. She bought this horse in foal, and the horse was born at her yard, and actually was very sick. Was sick when he was a foal, and then became a cheeky little stallion, and now he's as I say, a well-mannered, flashy gelding.
Listen, I don't know a lot of men that wouldn't solve problems.
The argument's up for debate often.
Rattled the first, but didn't have it down, but then took the second element.
Yeah, just again, I thought she looked like she was a bit quick around the turn, but that's the decision that you make. And for me, going to a double, you don't really want to be going backwards, because then you make the horse's job quite difficult.
Here we have Amelia Campbell Horn on her lovely stallion.
He's an impressive-looking horse, isn't he?
GCS Max Oregon Van den Bishop. Oh, no, sorry. Next in Geloven BB.
Yeah. I'm always amazed by this lady's horse's plats. Gosh, her groom or whoever turns her horses out is incredible. The horses look like they're almost ready to go to showing shows. There's not a hair out of place. It's in beautiful neck.
Amelia has actually sent her mare showing with her niece, I believe. Which
well, they'll be ready for it, that's for sure. They'll be impeccably sort of turned out.
Oregon Van der Bishop scratching with Nariska Hill for today.
Amelia is a tall girl, and this is a big horse, so it would definitely suit her. He's a very, very impressive looking stallion, I must say.
Really lovely.
Interesting having a little squiz at number 8 there, similar to Kelly's horse. I wonder if it's sort of going into this corner here where it's all sort of dark with the 334 jump, the water tray, and then the big branding on the roof. I wonder if the horses see that.
Second pole, unfortunately.
I think that was a solid round there. 2 for time, but Amelia will be happy with that, I think.
Amelia and the Zakharov Good Times stallion. Just taking 2 poles in their 1m40 championship. Still giving her horse a big pat there.
Afrizan again. Gee.
That's that last rail. I'm telling you, it's the wind from
I didn't,
wind from the back
definitely, because I didn't walk it that it was going to be particularly tricky. But again, I think good course building.
Jade Rosalie, Rotoflow, Cataneo.
This horse has also been going really well with this young lady. her whole family are very invested in our sport. Her sister rides, younger brother rides, and her grandfather is hugely involved being Rotaflow. She's put a lot into the young riding or the youngest part of the sport.
It's really where the best development happens.
Absolutely. And this girl's riding magnificently. I must say she's really settled into the bigger grades. This horse has also sort of come on. I think they've built their partnership or their relationship. She was quick through that turn there, so hopefully if she's going to be clear, be in the time.
They've also debuted in the 1 meter 50s and are now having a confidence boost, hopefully, around this 140.
Oh, lucky man. Just towed the back rail.
Really.
Yeah, it hasn't jumped well, I must say.
Two poles for the Katoki go on top. Rotaflow Coutinho gelding with Jade Kutsia.
I think she'll be chuffed. I think that was good enough. I think that's two tiny little errors. At the beginning of the year, she's got lots to look forward to, I would say.
Next up, Robin Shaw on the United Aviation Group's KP Laudanum. This horse owned by Kelo Park Stud and Arnold Boerter in partnership. I think Robin hasn't been riding this horse much, has she?
I wonder if I'm allowed to tell the story, but I'm going to tell it anyway, because I'm sure people want to hear.
It's always easier to ask for forgiveness than permission, right?
So, Arnold owns this horse with Shaytan Hendricks. And Robin is a huge part of Arnold's life, basically his PA, his work rider, his everything. And she really works really hard for him. And he's such a thoughtful thing. He said for her birthday, he gave her 2 boxes and he said, choose a box. And inside the one was the papers to the half share of the horse that they own together.
Yeah.
And then the other box was a year on this horse.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That is a wonderful story.
And it's quite interesting that I think she chose this, she opened this box and chose Laudanum, and he said, do you want to see what's in the other box? I think she was probably still thinking, I'm happy with the box that I chose.
I don't want to know.
She's a very elegant rider, and she's trying to put a little partnership with this horse together. He's a tricky horse. He's scopy. I think he has absolute scope to burn, but just the rideability would always be something that you would have to work on with him. He's, like I say, a bit unorthodox. He bucks and he jumps. He is a little bit ADHD. So she's got to be very sort of soft and quiet with him, and she wouldn't have jumped lots of bigger rounds. She's trained with Barry with me. I've had a couple of lessons with her, and I'm really hoping that she can get up the grades and get some bigger jump mileage for her, because I think it'll really help her.
Valuable mileage for someone's career.
Absolutely,
really wonderful.
Absolutely. So Arnold definitely investing in Robin's future there, and I think Robin very grateful for the opportunity.
Great thing to pad forward to riders. So 2 poles and a time fault there for Robin Shaw and KP Laudanum, sponsored by the United Aviation Group. And next in, we have Jenna O'Dell on Liberty Lord Cassini. By
Jenna's
Lord Z out of a Cassini dam line.
She's also newly married. I was a bit confused the first couple times I read that. I was like, who's this lady? She comes from Natal. She's often campaigning up in Joburg successfully. She's very, very sort of particular in the way she rides. She's got her horses well balanced and often bouncing well underneath her.
Also another Gonda protege.
Another Gonda protege, absolutely.
As much as riders stamp their horses, I think coaches stamp their pupils.
Hugely. Good through there. I really do think that after that open 7, to get them balanced for this vertical is easier said than done.
Absolutely. We've really seen it take a few prisoners.
And then staying balanced for this, she rode beautifully through there. Now the next tough line. Horse has lost his balance behind a little. Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, you saw it.
I wonder if that was the... look, I think that at this height, you know, like I think you can get away with it occasionally if a horse loses its balance, but unfortunately we often do get held to our mistakes. It's such a tiny error, and I mean, the horses really jumped magnificent the whole round. Yeah, but on the outside curve, but jumped well there.
Just the one pole there.
Oh, man, unlucky.
For Jenna and Liberty Lord Cassini. Let's have a look at that pole, see if we can see what happened in the corner. Yeah.
Yeah, sort of
Just
cantering on the right eye. Yeah. Just bumped it behind. Shame, it tried so hard in front.
Next in, Gareth Neal on the Callahoo Warm Blood studs. Callahoo Bolzano de Quince. This 11-year-old stallion by Caprice Boismaro. Also jumped his first Grand Prix this last week.
I actually saw this round, to be honest with you. I used to work for Gareth and Sean out on the farm, and I've always taken an interest in their horses since I left. It's really a spectacular farm that they've got out in the south of Joburg, with big indoor arenas and massive outdoor derby arenas. So the horses on the farm there can really get teed up and get well produced for top show jumping.
That Afrazan jump coming down again.
Yeah.
With Gareth Neal.
Gareth thinks a lot of this horse. Says he's super scopy, a little sensitive. Obviously, being a stallion, I think he's going to have to sort of find what the stallion wants and how he is comfortable riding. He goes in very classical tack for me. No martingale, snaffle mouth, cavesson noseband, nothing too hectic there. So. Yeah, I think just that whole sort of finding that balance between stallion and rider is always a tricky one. So here's the bouncing one to it. Yeah, it worked for Gareth.
There's a little bit of a negotiation with the stallion.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially this one, he's always been a little tricky and opinionated, I suppose. They know that they're talented and good looking, so they're allowed to throw their weight around a little.
I believe there's a little bit of Arab blood in this horse's pedigree, which you can see the influence.
Jumped the last super there. Yeah, you definitely can see it. He's a pretty stallion, eh? Like the Arabs have often got that pretty face.
So 3 for time, or 1 pole for Gareth Neal and Callahoo Bolzano du Quince. So interesting seeing the influence of the blood in these warm blood horses, the thoroughbred and Arab. Oh. And that Afrazan jump. Taking another victim. Now in, we have Carl Boenzai on Charles Kruger's Callahoo Luke Duayen.
This horse is by Lisbon, but look at this horse's canter. Isn't it amazing?
Was that hind leg?
Yeah,
sure.
It's got such an interesting hind leg. I mean, I often just watch it warm up and think, gee whiz, it's got so much like hyperflexion through that part of its body. It's incredible. I mean, they say that the jump comes from the hind leg, so you can definitely see how the jump is created with this horse.
Balubé de Rouet on the dam line there. Some real classical.
Whoa. So quite interesting. I mean, that horse then favoured the left lead on the right curve going down there and still jumped it well. So, you know...
Interesting what they do to balance themselves.
Yeah. I mean, it's... Some horses struggle to jump off that incorrect hind lead and other horses make a better plan.
We'll, of course, be seeing Carl later on his main ride in the FEI World Cup qualifier, Casperon.
Really impressive stallion, that. Come on, Carl. This is looking like a good round. You want to keep him balanced down this last line. And then,
oh, pity. So close to the end.
Man, so unforgiving, the sport. That was a really good round, Carl. Shame. I think you'll be a bit disappointed with that because I think the horse jumped beautifully.
Inside the time and just the 1 pole there for Carl Boenzai. And the Callahoo studs. And Charles Kruger's Callahoo horse. Just there, coming to that.
See, even when he walks, he sort of lifts his legs high.
So he's walking through water.
Yeah.
Next up, AJ Rademeyer with Eben Flo, Fons Kans Capri, Fons called Bet Gelding.
So his stable name is Tigger.
Cute.
And this horse was bought by Anthony Kay as a young horse, I think, and then AJ bought the horse from Anthony. Anthony has been huge in AJ's life, helped produce him, and they're in business together. They both ride under the Ebb and Flow banner. This horse has also jumped a few 150s with AJ. AJ electing to jump the 140s today and maybe save him for another World Cup another day. Felt like he potentially got a little bit rattled coming out the treble there. That's what that flowing distance can do sometimes. You know, you often
get caught up with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think now again he'll take the pressure off himself, just get the horse back up to full fitness. It's fairly early in the year, this being our first big World Cup, so the horses won't be used to jumping big jumps just yet. So I think he'll definitely be using this round just to get his horse up and running.
Is AJ still based down in Portsmouth?
Yeah. I think
traveling for
it is a lot of traveling. He has built up a good base down there. He trains children and juniors and I think a few adults, to be honest with you, and then also deals in a few horses. Shame, just coming unstuck at the end there a little.
So 33 faults there for AJ Rademeyer and Eben Flo, Fons Kans Capri, also known as Tigger. Next into the arena, we're going to have Jody Ambrose and Callao Casco Grey, another Callao bred horse, this one by Callao Casperon, who we just said Carl will be riding later, out of an Argentinos mare. 9-year-old, also relatively
new to this level, and he's quite tricky as well, to be honest with you. You can see I think Jody's got him in that combination mouthpiece, which can often work around horses' tricky mouths. Some horses don't like to only be steered by their mouth, so if you could share the pressure in between different areas, like potentially behind the jaw, you take a little pressure off the horse's mouth and keep them positive and going to the jumps rather than being a bit negative. Oh man, I'm glad I'm not a betting person, because I wouldn't have betted money that Afrizan fell as often as it has.
We've just been told that we have another scratching ahead for Chris van der Merwe on the 334 Sporthorse Studs Elgin RBFC.
Oh, it's unfortunate. I was looking forward to that mare. She's so impressive to look at. Gosh, she really is one of my favourites, I must say. Jody electing to do a little circle there, or is she going to retire? I think she's going to retire.
Jody not having a day today, putting her hand up and waiting for a better day for herself and Callao Casco Grey. Next in the arena, another 334 Sporthorse Studs horse, however, with Leona Van der Merwe, Callao Verdante. Lovely mare, Callao Victory Forever, out of Diamante Simile line.
Yeah, so this horse was bred at Callao and bought by Gavitt's team, anyone in the team, and unfortunately this horse lost her eye. So she only has one eye, and she doesn't bother her one bit.
To be holding her back at all.
It's so interesting. The other day, this mare just jumped her first Grand Prix, and Leona said she actually felt the best out of all of them. She felt easy and lovely and bouncy. So isn't it interesting that horses can be so handicapped and still.
What they do for us is really outstanding.
Oh, it's jumped out of that, actually the middle and out of that treble so well.
Also having that Afrizan jump down, unfortunately, proved problematic.
I mean, I find it really interesting that horses can lose an eye and still continue a depth perception sport.
Really interesting.
Where people can't. If you think of people who get injured in their eyes, I think of a cricketer, Mark Boucher. It ended his career basically, and with this horse, it hasn't really made a difference. She's still able to jump at the top level.
It's interesting seeing her coming off a right turn and seeing that.
On that blind side.
Yeah.
Incredible,
No
eh?
problem whatsoever.
And there you go, she goes down, a bit unlucky, but I mean down a really big, spooky line really easily. And if you look at the tack she's in a little rubber mouthpiece.
Look at her chuffed with herself.
Yeah, excellent. That was a super round, I thought. Again, Leona riding at the top of her game.
2 poles and 2 for time for Leona Van der Merwe and 3-3 for Calahover Dante.
Jeez, if people haven't realized that they need to have a good canter up to number 2 by now, we need to go and whisper it in someone's ear.
Scratchings for Grant Langley and Michelle Fleming in this class. So now next in we have Graham Wynn, the maestro again, riding the Maxstar studs, Maxstar Anan.
And I'm sure this horse must be by Obi.
Absolutely, Obi-Wan Kenobi,
who
Rex Granasime.
I mean, Graham took Obi around his first derby, his first 150 derby.
And he rode it like a cross-country track.
Absolutely. That was incredible to watch that. Derby's always so special because the crowds are so involved. And
absolutely. Everyone rode that round with Graham.
Yeah, they rode every jump with him. It was very special. Again, Graham's got his same system with his neck straps. Has he got a neck strap on this one?
Looks like it.
He does. Again, he's sort of portrayed that through to Martin as well. You know, when I think it's a little seatbelt when you finally realize this is your last one before you're going to hit the ground. You hang on to that for dear life and hope that you stay on. It is interesting though, because and I can imagine from the eventing, you want the horses to travel, so you don't, if you get left behind, you don't want to interfere, so you actually just hook your fingers in the neck strap and leave the horses' mouths, and we don't interfere and sort of let them be.
Pity.
Man, that was unlucky. I thought he was going to jump clear there. Gee. Couple for time though, so look.
And 3 faults for time. For Graham Wynn and Maxstar Anan, the Obi-Wan Kenobi progeny for Maxstar stud.
Behind. Damn, horse tried so well in front. Almost looked like it jumped a little left, unfortunately.
Next in, we have Oliver Bishop with Gaucho de Emma.
Yeah, and Ollie, I've had the privilege of taking overseas and watching him ride for his country under big pressure. He's a great guy, hails from Natal. Very much his own style of riding, but he is fast. I suppose you've got to jump a clear round first to get into the jump off, so that's plan A at this stage, but for sure if he's in the jump off, it's not over till it's over. You can see him being mindful around there, just from 3 to 4. He actually shaved his leg across this bush here so that he could be a little quicker. Beautiful galloping on the outside curve there. He knew that he was going quick, so he kept the horse out so that he could stay at the right pace and not finish up too deep at that big oxer. Oh, beautiful, Ali. Ollie keeps his horses at home. He's a businessman. He's got a big panel beating business in Natal, and he keeps his horses at the farm. They've got beautiful, massive paddocks that they roam around in.
It's amazing how different KZN is from Gauteng, right?
And then comes here and he can roll with the big guns. Come on, Ollie.
Good balance in life.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Excellent. That'll be a cracking jump off.
Joining our jump off, Oliver Bishop with Gaucho de Emma. So we're going to be gearing up to that. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a cracker.
Yeah. Proper jump off.
Our jump off track is going to be 14, 15, 3, 4, A and B, 5, 6, 7. Time allowed for that will be 50 seconds.
And 14 and 15 is actually the last 2 jumps backwards. So 14 is the Blair Athol and 15 is the 3-3-4. So it's going to be oxer to start, which is going to be quite a test.
Now in Ronnie Healy with Staccato's Boy.
Ronnie imported this horse for clients of his as a young horse. And the horse did some of his career with me at Blair Athol. And then he's gone back to Ron for the rest of his career, still owned by Terry Bryson. She said she wasn't up and running enough for this show, so Ron could have a go on the horses. Ron said this horse was really unlucky yesterday. And again there, he said he was so quick and just had one down.
Little kick out there.
Yeah, hasn't he got an amazing back end, this horse? He really is, I think a lot of him. I think that he's really big and scopy. I think he could definitely jump a big derby or something one day. I think Ron looked like he maybe added one there, and the horse jumped quite high and didn't travel. How's that jump? She was incredible. He's so athletic.
He didn't touch that behind.
For such a big horse, it's incredible. He can turn himself inside out. Almost looked like he was hurrying a little at the end. It looked like his fourth stride was quite small at the water tray, and that's why he had it down. Ron definitely has big plans for this horse, so he will be schooling him, making it a nice experience for him, and definitely bringing him back to fight another day.
39 penalties there for Ronnie Healy and Terry Lee Bryson's Staccato's boy.
So from Ronnie Healy to the boss Healy.
Absolutely. Wife Ashley coming in now on Hausberger's So Crumble. Another horse that is a crowd favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looks so beautiful. Such a fantastic specimen of a horse. Real modern day athletic. Just he's got long legs and just gets spring. I think that he is masterfully piloted though. Ash is, again, I've known Ash most of her life, and she's a little chick and she's just had 2 kids, and that's not easy to come back from, but man, she believes in herself and she believes in her horses, and she is competitive till the bitter end. So she'll really want a good round today on this classy stallion.
It's 8-year-old by LB Crumble out of a Casal dam line.
Shame, unfortunate. His stable name is Crumpet. Quite a sweet nickname for quite a cheeky chap. I think I've mentioned in the past, he's quite opinionated. I think he knows that he's talented and he's good looking. Shepherd is his groom, and Shepherd gets the runaround, unfortunately, especially near and in and around breeding season. He's thinks that he's Jack the Lad, and he tries to get away and he tries to bully Shepherd. Shepherd is so patient with him. I must say, Ash loves her groom, and she says that he's always trying to sort of settle the stallions down. Wow, he jumped that well.
Having a good groom really can be life-changing for your horse.
Gosh, that's a horse for the future. That horse has to jump a World Cup. I mean, he's only 8 now, so I wouldn't say that she'd be in a hurry at all, but I would say by the time he's 10, he'll be ready to jump a World Cup for sure.
The Seals strike again.
You could see her sort of thinking, man, I'm getting there too quick. She was sort of trying to set him up, but he'd already locked on and was quite keen. So is that the class?
That is the class. So
okay.
We've got an exciting jump off coming up ahead. 12 horses. The order of the jump off will be Rivendell Lamborghini with Nicola I'm Riley, Nova's Sonostrals, Forever de la Rock Z with Johann Lata, Go to Blue, the winner of the 150 class on Friday, Amy Michel, Data Science's Gringo de Thurin Z with Rayna Corba, Capital My Lady, cracker of a round earlier on, the fastest time with Thomas van Rekevorsel, Best Companion Z and Johann Lata, Biogen's Greta G and Shaytan Hendricks. And I'm afraid I've lost the rest of the running order there on my screen, so we're going to take a little cut to commercial break, and we will have that ready for you when we're back. Those 12 horse combinations, 5, 6 and 7. That's
what I'm talking about.
Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volker 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
Lamborghini.
Oh, because she was out of order when she jumped. Because we thought it was going to be Johann, but she was 16. Okay.
If you've just joined us, we're getting ready for an exciting jump-off round, for the 334 Sporthorse Stud 1 meter 40 championship. It's been a really tough track designed by Irish level 3 FEI course designer Colin Quinn. He's really tested our horses and riders today. And we're down through to our final 12. We're ready for a jump-off that's going to be kicked off by Nicola Simon Riley and Rivendell Lamborghini, followed by Johann Lata and Nova Zonnestrals for Ever Della Rock Z. Amy Michal with Go to Blue will be following on with Rayna Corba and Data Science's Gringo de Thurin Z. Then Thomas van Reekevorst will be giving them all a go with Capital My Lady, and Johann Lata following on again with Best Compagnie Z. Shaytan Hendricks with Biogen's Greater G. Then Shari Michaelis with Takentog's Ultimo WC. Francesca Sana on her father's Calaho Confidor, followed by Leona Van der Merwe on the 334 Sporthorse Studs Finale U. Then Belinda Martin on Brannick Cassiopeia. And last but certainly not least, in this very competitive, speedy jump-off that we can't wait to get going with, we will see Oliver Bishop and Gaucho de Emma. Sure. I'm sitting here in studio with Brendan McNiven, who's grinding his teeth a little bit here next to me, watching this jump-off track. It's a tricky course.
Oliver's in the pound seat, that's for sure. I think being last in a competition like this is definitely going to take to play a part, I would say. It's a fairly tricky jump-off, and I see that the course builder's now taken. Well, 15 was 10 going the other way, and now he's made, it was an oxer with a water tray, he's now made it a vertical. So 14 is the Blair Athol number 1, rolling down to 15. It walked, I suppose it walked 7 coming out there. I can imagine that they're going to be doing 7, 1 to 2, but they're going to have to be cracking for me. Yeah, and then let's see from there. 14, 15. Then we have we swing back and
to
go
3.
3, and then we gallop to 4A and B, which is they've taken C away of the treble, and then you're going to have to go from 4B down to 5. That's definitely going to be where they're going to have to gallop.
Travelling distance.
Yeah, and then quite interesting for me, the trickiest line on the course, which is the swing back to the United Aviation, and then the long gallop down to 7, which we saw so many horses hit in the first round. So I think yeah, this is going to be a test. We kind of expected it. It was a big quality field, and I think we've got a good enough jump off. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen.
Just getting myself organized over here. We're just checking that our running order is correct. It is. They're giving the arena a last rake while the jumps are adjusted and checked. I just want to clarify that this running order and results are provisional. We're just going to get some clarity from the judges' box at the top. But we can see our first horse ready and waiting there. That's Nicola I'm Riley and Rivendell Lamborghini ready to come in for their jump off. And I'm sure Nicola's going to set a strong pace for us, right, Brendan?
Yeah, for sure. Again, just sort of watching at a few little tweaks that the course builders made here. He's moved 8B in. So he's encouraging the riders to jump 15 and turn hard left inside number 6, I can imagine, and sort of then daring them at this Kuda, which is number 3, and then to jump hard right inside the Blairthal to sort of slip through that little gap, get up to 4A and 4B, and then you got to wing it down to 5 and then the last 2. So I must say it's a very, very well thought out jump off. We expect nothing less from our international course builders. Yeah, it's again, I think it's always tricky having a big oxer to start a jump off, but can also set the tone a little bit. You know, you kind of, the horses must understand that here it comes. So you've got to be rolling up to it. And I think if they're awake at number 1 and jump it big and well, it sort of sets you up to go down and have a cracking round.
As you said, separating the men from the boys, or rather separating the ladies from the boys here, as we see Nicola coming in.
Yep. The ladies have been on fire this week, I must say, as always.
Absolutely. Nicola, cool as a cucumber, always a great big match temperament. Coming in here, this is the jump off for our 334 Sporthorse Stud 1 meter 40 championship.
So Nicola went out of order in the first round. Potentially something happened in the warm-up or something. So the judge will then call her back into her original running order. So she's actually the first clear before Johann. Johann's going to come in second. Sure, I wonder what they're going to do. Looks like Nicola's sort of eyeing up the landing of the inside turn from 15 to 3. Let's see.
Now Nicola's very competitive, as you said earlier. So it'll be interesting to see if she's giving this horse a round for the podium.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely think that she'll start off having a go. And I think that if a little error comes along the way, potentially take her foot off the gas a little.
Did I hear a little squeal as he jumps past?
Okay, so 7 it is for sure. And then inside the United Aviation. And now you got to slip inside the Blairthal. 4A, 4B.
I mean, she just made that look so easy.
She really did, huh? Let's count here what she's going to do. 6, I wonder if someone's going to do 7 there.
Yeah, interesting to see. We've got some big stepping horses.
And the count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure. There we go. Good round. Excellent.
Time of 40. No fault for Nicola I'm Riley and Rivendell Lamborghini.
That was slick and smooth, I thought.
I think Nicola's making it look easy. I'm going to be curious to see how it rides now for our next rider.
I agree. For a young horse, I think he also made that look easy.
She looks so thrilled with that.
That was a good round. I think that's the best I've seen that horse jump, to be honest with you. That was excellent.
Johann Lata coming in on Nova Sonostrol's Forever de la Rock Z. the for Hero Kanan Goldie.
So I wonder where you think you could get a little faster. You know, I think Nicola did
Sure, her turns
fairly slick, chic turns as she was going. So, you know, now do you go fast? Do you do the same route and go faster and gamble, or do you get a slightly different route and get quicker? So 7 again, 1 to 2. Yeah, I looked a little quicker there. Not by much though.
I think putting on his leg in those turns.
Just fall off there. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And tight turn here, and for sure 8 to the last. I wonder if someone's going to try 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Quicker. Cash Lotta having a warm-up.
Quicker there with 35.9 seconds. No faults for Johann, putting him into the lead so far in this jump-off track.
Excellent.
For the 140 championship with Nova Zonostrals Forever Della Roxy.
That horse has found form as of late. It's looking fantastic, I must say. I'm sure he's going to be jumping at 150 soon.
Next up, we have Amy Michel with Go to Blue. Amy is certainly also going to be competitive in this class. She was the winner of the 150 Riders Grand Prix Tour on the Friday.
I saw Liam standing at the gate there, Liam Stevens, enjoying a cup of coffee in the in the cold weather, trying to warm up. Maybe Damien hasn't come up for the weekend, and then Liam will step in for his dad and help her in the warm-up and that type of thing. Damien's an amazing trainer, and I think this girl's been talented from the start, but she just seems even better these days, to be honest. I think she believes that she can. Yeah, this is quick already. He's a nifty little horse, this. He hits the ground running. Yeah. And actually jumps them easy, to be honest. Doesn't really ever look like it's a big effort. Wow,
great turn there.
Quick turn. 6, 7, 8. Not quicker than Johann though.
It's deceptive. She looks like she was really traveling there, but sitting on 37.9 seconds. Nope. 36.51 we have here on our side, putting Amy Michel into second place behind Johann Lata.
I actually think, to be honest with you, she was a fraction slow to 1.
It's interesting. It can cost you.
Yeah, you know, I've watched a few, as we do, we watch a few of the European or the American riders ride. Kent Farrington's one of my favorite riders, and I'm always amazed how quickly he goes to number 1. They don't mess around. They gallop from the start. Speaking of not messing around, Ray's always going to be quick. He's a genius at just shaving little... Ooh!
Whoops. Oh.
Gosh, he looked like he wanted to shave a few seconds there and the horse put down, unfortunately. Damn. Shame the bridle came off as well.
Good to see Rayna get up on his feet.
Like the horse didn't lock on and saw it late. I wonder, did that horse not look at that in the first round?
Right, so let's have a look at that. Let's see what went wrong there with this.
Because it sort of double-guessed itself. It looked like it was going to jump and then didn't. He did get quite straight. Yeah.
Lost a bit of confidence there.
It's a very, very strange thing to happen. Shame. It almost like the horse was in two minds, because there was one part of it that was genuinely going. And Ray felt that it was going.
Then he aborted.
Yeah.
Aborted his decision.
Oh, look, the sport, we are at the mercy of the horses, and that's why we love them as much as we do. I'm sure Ray doesn't look like he's hurt himself too much. I'm sure he'll just want the horse to be all right.
So still leaving Johann Lata in the lead there.
With another horse to come.
With another horse to come. Next in, though, once Rayna Corba has his bridle back on and that Cuda jump is rebuilt, we will have Thomas van Rekevorsel and Capital My Lady. Thomas, of course, winner of gold at the FEI Youth Olympics.
Yep. Gosh, I think a day in his life he will never forget, and he will tell his children, and I'm sure that gold medal will stay in their family for years to come.
Well, hopefully it's not going to be the last Olympic gold we see.
I hope not. I hope not. I do, you know, I am fairly involved on the admin side and show jumping, and it's really interesting to hear the new plans about getting Nations Cups up and running and getting teams out of South Africa with their horses, flying them to wherever it may be, America or the UAE or wherever, and actually competing for Team South Africa on our own horses and then bringing them home to South Africa again. Something that could really be exciting for us in the future, and I think this young man is somebody who could definitely benefit from something like that if we did get it off the ground. There you go, hit the ground
flying
running.
Start.
Easy.
High turn there. Oh, that turn's ridiculous.
Oh man, it's actually unbelievable to watch. That horse started turning left before she'd even turned left. Half her body was already left. Easy, buddy. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the last two, man, he's been fast. Keep it together.
Oh.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, my word.
Excellent. Oh, he loves her, doesn't he? But what's not to love?
Crazy time. 33.38 into the lead.
That is
Capital My
exceptional.
Lady and Thomas van Reykevorsel.
Exceptional, bro.
Unbelievable. Thomas giving
Unbelievable.
Brendan a thumbs up here.
That was incredible
Mare
jumping.
looking so pleased with herself.
She knew she was going left at 15 before
That's
he
crazy.
even turned left.
He whispered in her ear. I'm telling
Yeah,
you.
see, that's a real partnership. Oh, magnificent
I
to
think
watch.
Thomas holds up the jump-off plan to her face, and she...
And she learns it
Yeah.
and gets cracking. Well,
Yeah.
that's the gauntlet. Shaytan better get cracking because, sure, that's going to be tough to beat.
Next, then we have Shaytan Hendricks with Biogen's Greater G.
It's incredible.
wonderful
That
gruff
mare
top
just hits
there.
the ground galloping. She's just got balance at the gallop. And I think that's what makes her better than other horses. You know, they don't have to balance her. She can jump off the gallop. Man, that was good to watch. Another classy horse next. Oh, lucky man.
Having the third down.
Again, I don't think this man can do much wrong in Shaytan's eyes. He's mad about her.
And she's just such a wonderful type, right?
Yeah,
She's-
yeah. She's really developed
Classy.
into a consistent, confident show jumper, and I think, again, oh, she jumped that easy. She'll still have her day. Today wasn't her day, but I'm telling you, there'll be times in the future that she'll be winning for sure.
37.17 for Biogen's Greater G and Shaytan Hendricks with an unfortunate pole.
I wonder
Time
if
to
Johann,
beat so far, 33.38.
I wonder if if Johann was watching Thomas's round.
I
I don't know if it would be better to not watch. To
I
try
wonder,
and beat
like-
that.
Next up, we have Shari Michaelis with Takentog's Ultimo WC.
He's fast, this horse. He really is. He's got his own little way, and he's very nimble and nifty.
Shari getting her leg on well in advance of the start.
He was very successful with Lara, and I think he will continue to be successful with Shari for sure. Oh, unlucky, but we got.
You're going to have to take that chance. You know, it's, if you're in it to win it.
Absolutely,
you have to-
especially when you're in such good company. There could be potentially rounds one day that you could just have an easy clear and have a good prize, but definitely not in these classes. They are full of very, very talented horses and riders, and you've got to be on your game from start to finish. Again, though, this is a new partnership, and I think to have jumped a clear round and just set yourself up for the jump off, you have a feel of the horse over some bigger jumps again, will be fantastic for both of them, you know, as a partnership to develop.
2 poles and a time of 39.04 for Shari Michaelis. Let's have a look at that pole that she took. Number 2.
She was trying to get to the inside, I think.
Yeah.
Just rubbed it off in front.
So next in now, Rayna Corba, Johann Lata with Best Companions.
I think maybe they're going to give Ray a bit of time after his fall.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm sure the paramedic would have wanted to have just checked him out, even though I don't think he injured himself at all. It's protocol here that if you fall off, you have to get checked. Okay, Johann. Sure. I mean, when you're in second already, I think you've got to let it all hang out there, and you've got to hammer it from the start. It's going to suit him to go quick from the start. Oh, same pole.
Second
Oh, man, that was unlucky. Sure. He was a fraction on the inside line. I don't know if he got there a little quicker than he expected. I think he's taking his foot off the gas a bit now.
Oh,
Just wants
yeah.
to nurse his horse home. Just keep it at the 8 faults. Yo, it's going to take some
poles
galloping
and-
to beat Thomas, let me tell you.
I'm looking who's still to come. And
Yeah,
I'm
I was also
feeling a little
looking
bit-
there. I mean, it's, yeah, Francesca, Leona, Belinda, and Oliver. And I think, look, Leona can be quick. I'm not sure that Belinda is going on her big scopy Cassiopeia is going to beat the little whippersnapper.
Yeah,
But
just
Oliver can be
turning.
quick. He can be quick. Actually, and so can this horse. This horse has got unbelievable technique. It's really good against the clock. It almost like its techniques gets better the faster it goes almost. It pays more attention. This girl's upper body is fantastic. Very, very balanced. Doesn't interfere with the
control
horses
that's-
at all. Yeah. Fantastic. She can get back in the saddle and get her shoulders back and get the horse cracking really quickly.
It would be wonderful if we could watch a replay of that Thomas's jump off and that turn that he made to number 2 next to everyone else.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully we can do that. I think if we can get a little split screen. Oh, she was quick there.
Not quick enough.
But I mean, she's still 6, 7 seconds slower. Oh, sorry, 4 seconds slower than Thomas.
Still
Still
in the
good
lead.
round. Good round. Is she in third? Fourth.
I mean, into fourth place, first place still, Thomas van Reyk of Orsel and Capital My Lady. Time to beat 33.38. Now in Leona Van der Merwe with 334 Finale U.
Sure. So quick mare. This
Three,
she's
three,
super
four.
careful. I think Leona's going to back her care to number 2. That's for sure. Oh, actually not.
Looks a bit careful there.
Yeah, she actually did the opposite. I don't know if she was trying to plan to be a bit careful, and I think the mare had a little look, which made her add a stride. Doesn't really matter. I think it just suited her to have a little nippy turn after that. Oh,
See, a little hesitant into that second element.
that's unlucky. But look, in this competition, you've got to hammer it. You've seen what it takes to win. And, or actually just to get on the podium, to be honest with you. So if you're wanting to get on the podium, you're going to really have to get cracking. Unfortunate round.
1 pole and 38.43 for Leona Van der Merwe.
I think she's still going to
And
mature that mare.
334 Sporthorse Studs Finale U. Look like the front leg's stuck in there a little bit going into.
But
Next
too much
in,
momentum.
Belinda Martin of Pembroke Equestrian Centre with Brannick Cassiopeia.
Amy McCown from Francesca Sana, Nicola Simon Riley, and Shaytan Hendricks.
Time to beat still 33.38. I just like, as I'm saying it, it sounds more ridiculous every
it's
time.
33 seconds to get a horse around a jump off at any height is fast, let alone around the 140s at World Cup level. Yeah, Belinda looks like she's not hanging around though.
Those biggest riding
Yeah.
horses can be deceptive.
I agree, that horse took a few steps to get from 15 to 3, I would say. I wonder if she should do 7 to the last. Come on, Belinda, why don't you gallop it and see? 1, 2, 3,
I mean, she's just on Thomas's
5,
time now.
6, 7.5. Yeah.
Lovely clear round for Belinda Martin.
Sure, he's careful, that horse.
37.9. That puts her into 5th place at the moment, leaving
To be
Thomas van
honest,
Reyk of Orsel in the lead. Can Oliver Bishop take it?
I thought that Amy was quick and she's only in 3rd. So, I mean, it's
No.
it's okay. But let's see. It's not over till
Come
it's
on,
over.
Ollie.
Come on, bud. I reckon you could see a few elbows flapping here. You never know. did the 7 there. Got really straight.
I think if you weren't maybe watching Thomas's round, you don't realize how much you're going to have to ride with your foot on the gas.
That mare is unbelievable. Oh, Ali. So Thomas is our winner.
There we go.
It's well deserved for me. I think it's been a fantastic class. But I think that would have won in any competition, I think in any country in the world, to be honest with you. That was a really blitzing jump off. I was unlucky, Ollie. Damn, man. Good effort.
Oliver Bischoff and Gaucho de Emma on 4 faults in a time of 37.1, leaving Thomas van Rekevorsel and Capital My Lady in first place.
Again. She just keeps on winning that mare. They have a magical partnership, I must say. That is so special.
Hole for Oliver.
I actually thought he was good in there. He really sat still, closed his fingers, sort of trying to get the horse to back up. It was a light pole.
Just a little rub there. Second place to Thomas, Johann Lata and Nova Zonostrals for Eva Della Roxy. And third place, Amy Chelsea Michal with Go to Blue. Let's wait and make sure that these results are confirmed.
Sure, Amy had a good show. You can't really be upset with first in the Grand Prix and third in the Champs. That horse would have jumped double clear in the Grand Prix and double clear in the Champs. That's incredible.
We're going to have a look at the provisional results quickly. Fingers crossed, everyone, that these are in fact going to be the results. There we have Thomas. I don't think it was Francesca Sana in second. I think it was Johann Lata with Nova Zonostrals for Eva Della Rock, followed by Amy Michal, Belinda Martin and Branik Cassiopeia coming in fifth. After then, Francesca Sana and Callao Confidor in fourth. Sixth place, Rivendell Lamborghini and Nicola I'm Riley. Seventh place, Gaucho de Emma and Oliver Bishop. Eighth place, Biogen's Greta G and Shaytan Hendricks.
That was a really quick jump off, I must say. Thomas won that by 2 and a bit seconds. It's
just incredible.
Gee whiz.
I think while we wait for our winners to come in and take their rightful place on the podium, let's cut to a commercial break. Please don't leave. You're watching the 334 Sporthorse Studs FEI World Cup Qualifier show. This is the 1 meter 40 championship. It's been an incredible class. We had so many horses and riders in this, and we're waiting for our prize giving.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boy.
334 Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volga 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
Thank you for joining us here on the live streaming with Equestrian Live SA and the United Aviation Group. We're sitting here in a very chilly Peter Mini Arena at Kyalami Equestrian Park, having just witnessed, I think, Brendan, what was a gripping 1m40
What a fantastic class, absolutely. I think the course builder had a tough job with 70 odd in the class, whittled it down to 12 clears, and I think ended up being 4 double clears. So yeah, I think that's a solid result from everybody, but Thomas's round was...
It was electrifying. It was just ridiculous.
Unbelievable. I think it just proves how much of a relationship Thomas and my lady have. He never doubts her, and it's weird, like she never doubts him. Like whenever there's a big one, she's not saying, "Are you sure?" She's saying, "Hell yeah." She's almost the horse of a lifetime, to be honest with you. I feel that, you know, when they come around like this, you love them and you ride them and you spoil them because they are really special. You see Willie is Thomas's groom, and he loves that horse. I must say, he's always hugging her and kissing her and everything.
That's so cute.
Yeah,
very
yeah. No, it's
lovely. The groom's playing such an important part in these horses' lives and success.
And Thomas is such a respectful young Afrikaans man. I warned him the first few times if he called me Oom, I was going to swat him until I realized that it was only out of respect, and now I've accepted it.
He's like in tears as he's calling you Oom. He knows what's coming.
But he is a very respectful young man, and I must say, I think he deserves all the success that's going to come his way. He's rides beautifully. He's got a good relationship with his horses. He's dedicated.
Coach, and Dominique as well.
Absolutely. And I think, again, you know, like Dom's invested in him. I think he's invested in Dom. He's a hard worker.
Yes. Commitment on both sides.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I think he's talented enough to do it, and he's got it takes an army, and he's definitely got an army behind him. But yeah, great result. Congratulations to Thomas. I think we can't forget about Johann.
No. I mean, Johann really set a good standard coming out with his time.
Nobody wants to see Thomas's name on the lineup because they think, oh, you're going to try and beat my lady again. So I think for me, if you come second to my lady, it's almost got to be a win.
We'll tell Johann that.
Yeah.
Johann's going to go with that, with Novas on Astrals for Eva de la Rock. And then Amy, of course, our winner from the 150s on Friday. Coming in on a third today.
Amazing. I think that horse would have jumped 2 clear rounds in the Grand Prix and then jumped 2 clear rounds in the 140 champs. That's a fantastic feat, to be honest with you. I think for a horse that potentially isn't at show fitness or even at 150 fitness, I think it showed a very good account of itself, I must say.
Followed, we also had then 4th place Francesca Sana and Callahoo Confidor. 5th place, Belinda Martin and Brana Cassiopeia. We're still waiting just to confirm that these are the final results. 6th place, Nicola I'm Riley with Rivendell Lamborghini.
Thomas is still hugging and kissing his horse.
Yeah, she deserves it, doesn't she?
Oh, man, isn't she special? It's amazing, you know, that horse, she was little and she went into the 130s with this young boy. And everyone was like, okay, you know, she's going to be quick in the 130s. It's cute, yeah. And then we were like, okay, well, the kid can ride. Maybe he could jump a couple 135s or whatever it is. And then he sort of made that look easy. And then he won a few 135s as easy as he won the 130s. And then you think, surely, you know, you can't kick on. And, you know, then you see the horse in the 140s and you go, well, why not? You know, yeah, she's stuff that dreams are made of for sure. And a very, very special horse for Thomas, and I think for South African show jumping. I think that's so special to watch horses like that. It's good for our sport. It's good for the spectators. I think it's inspiring
it really
for the
unites
children.
People,
yeah,
you know, it really brings these great horses. It's like the sea cottages of the world. They bring horses together.
I promise you,
together,
Thomas would have definitely said, congratulations, when he shook your hand. I will guarantee you. He is very, very well-rounded that way.
Nice to see two of our younger riders on the podium. It's really inspiring.
And
for
finally some boys.
Christian
I think
sport.
the boys have got
Absolutely.
a
I
hiding
think
this
that's
whole
nice, yeah.
weekend. So finally the boys are showing a bit of force.
I think Johann might need a haircut. You might have to retake that up with him.
Yeah, no,
there.
I've tried. No, he's having none of it. Yeah, well deserved.
Wonderful.
Excellent.
Our winner
excellent
there of
season.
the 1 meter 40 championship here today, Thomas van Reykevorsel and Capital My Lady. The wonderful 10-year-old mare, tiny at 15.3 by show jumping standards, by Untouchable out of a Cassini dam line.
Johann's almost accepting defeat with a smile on his face,
Yeah,
saying,
totally.
look,
Well, like
I'm
you
not
say.
going faster than I'm going. Like,
Yeah.
that was me. If you're going to beat me, great, I'll take second.
Yeah, there was no way I could have done that faster without
No,
killing someone.
For sure, for sure.
Second place, Johann Lata with Novas on Astrals Forever de la Rock. And third place, Amy Michau and Go to Blue. Some really exciting blood there if you see, you know, the horse coming up second.
For sure, for sure, for sure.
For Hero out of a Canaan mare.
And I mean, my lady's a 10-year-old, eh? I mean,
yeah.
if they say that sort of horses are in their prime between, like, I don't know, 9 and 11 or whatever it is. I mean,
She's right
could
there.
it be that she's got more to write in her little story, you know? Like, has she got more to give? I'm sure she
wouldn't
does.
everyone just love it?
Yeah. I mean, look how she walks. She's got such attitude. I chatted briefly about it in the team event when I asked Thomas about it, and I said, like, she's so game. Is she sweet all the time? And I mean, you must see his face when you say that, because he is petrified of her. She's very cheeky at home. She's like this is a full-on relationship. I think when she says no, he says, okay. Ma'am, no worries.
Yeah.
What are we doing today? She says sometimes she'll like trot in the arena and then just trot out.
So
And
just as well, he's a polite Afrikaans boy,
Yeah.
because, you know, he won't pick a fight with her.
No, and I think it's so funny that, I mean, you think a horse like that, you see her jumping around these jumps, doing the inside turns, you'd think that she'd be a sweetheart all the time, you know, but it just shows how fiery they are and how they are not robots, and they are not just, you know, you hit the button and off you go.
That attitude and horse. Oh, there we go, our wonderful grooms on the
fantastic.
podium.
Yeah, what a nice gesture.
Willie there, number one.
Look at his face.
Yeah,
he
he's-
looks so stoked.
And I must say, the competition between the grooms is strong.
It's healthy and fantastic.
So you'll
I
often
must
hear
say.
them laughing at another groom and saying, your horse had a stop or a pole, and, you know. Then the grooms march over and have words with their rider.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
I have my grooms at
really?
at home. Yeah. Like if some of my clients have a pole down, the grooms just walk back to the truck. Yeah.
Oh, but that's
and then
bad.
They say, no, madam, you knocked the jumps down. What are you doing? It's very entertaining.
It's like when your parents would say, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
It's like you've really
Oh,
let
definitely.
let the side down.
Some of my clients call the grooms their managers.
Oh, I love
because
that.
they literally manage what they do.
There we go. Off on his lap of honour, the winner of this, the first class of today, the 1 meter 40 championship. Worthy winner today. Thomas van Reykevorsel on Capital My Lady, cracking time. 2 seconds faster than our second place, Johann Lata.
When my lady goes past, it looks like you've got the pony class, and then you see, oh, there are a couple horses
there's some
in this
big
class.
horses following on.
Gee whiz, she is really tiny, I must say.
Third place, Amy Michau, followed by Francesca Sana, Belinda Martin, and I think that was Nicola I'm Riley. Lamborghini is...
A little nervous
Yeah.
there. Shame.
But really, I mean, he jumped a superb round.
Magnificent. That jump off, definitely, I think it was the best I've seen him jump. He looked the most relaxed through his body. Fantastic riding from Nicola.
We're going to cut to an ad break, and then we'll be back to tell you what is coming next.
I want to get away. I wanna fly.
We're here having just watched a thrilling jump-off for the 334 Sporthorse Stud 1m40 championship here at Kyla Equestrian Park today. I'm sitting with the winner, over 2 seconds faster than the second place, Thomas van Rijkenvorsel with the wonderful capital, My Lady. What a round you had.
Yeah, she was amazing. She was so good.
Sorry, it's a bit loud with the harrow behind us.
She was so good. She was just switched on the whole in the warm-up before my first round.
And did you just get on her today and feel like today was going to be your day?
Yeah.
That was really amazing. How long have you guys been together for now?
So I started riding her in the beginning of 2020, just before COVID. So you couldn't really go to shows or anything because of the lockdown. Yeah. And then I jumped the 120 at SA Champs, and then we came up to Joburg, and like since then it's been amazing.
I mean, it was just watching you guys was poetry in motion. You also shaved 7 seconds off the United League of Champions team events time to win it for the Regenesis Vet Outliers. So you've had a really good show, I think it's safe to say.
I've had a really good show. All my horses have jumped really well. Tutu's been amazing. I can't be happier.
What did you think of the track?
It was very tough, I thought. I had to go on red before, and she jumped really well. I don't think she needed to have 2 down, but it was tough. I think it's the toughest 140 track we've had, but it was very good. It made us think.
Are you ready to watch that jump-off round?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And Thomas, how did it start off? You started off at quite a clip coming through the start.
Yeah, so I thought I needed to get the 7 easy so I can get the turn to 3 good. I knew, so Dom told me when Johann did 10, and I needed to do 7. Or yeah, I did 8. Yeah. And then she was so good here. I just kept going. She backed up really well.
Those ears of hers, I love them.
He did 7 there, so I thought I needed to patch up somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then she jumped the last really good. Yeah, amazing.
Just that second that you knew. I think you knew you had it there. She knew she had it.
Yeah, she was so switched on. I jumped, as I canted to number 2 in the jump off, she knew we were going left.
We were saying, as you hit it, it was like I said, I wonder if you'd given her a course map before and said, this, and she went, yes.
She's so clever. I think she knew where we were going before anyway.
That was really wonderful. What's next with a horse like this, Thomas?
So the plan is to maybe jump some of the the Riders Grand Prix on the second day. I think that'll be good for her to jump some bigger classes. And then hopefully jump a World Cup soon. Yeah.
Very exciting. She's just a horse that I think has really also captured the hearts of everyone. You know, this tiny dynamo that just comes in there, and the two of you seem to have such an exceptional understanding of one another.
She's the best. I don't think I'll ever have a horse like that.
Horse of a lifetime.
Yeah.
But I think she's got the rider of a lifetime, so it works out for both of you. I don't think that there would be a lot of people who would be able to ride that the way that you just did.
Thank you so
much.
Thank
you so much for joining us, Thomas.
Thank you.
I would like to have a moment with everyone. We had obviously the loss of an industry giant this last week. That's Ronnie Lawrence, and we're just going to go through a little montage of Ronnie and his life. Ronnie, winner of South African National Championships for 1987, 88, 97, 1998 and 2000. The winner of the South African Derby, which was just one of his fortes, always making it look effortless in 89, 95, 2006 and 2010. Winner of the South African Outdoor Grand Prix in 1989, 98 and 2018. He was awarded his South African colours in 1990, representing South Africa overseas in the World Cup. Winner of the President's Cup in 2004. And the South African Victor Ladorum show jumper for 3 years, 2010, 2016 and 2018. But besides that, Ronnie, having coached so many other riders and their horses onto successful titles, riders such as Ronnie Healy, who has been competing Ronnie's horse Gillian van Oorshoff at this show. We said goodbye to Ronnie this week Wednesday at a beautiful ceremony in Glenfinesse, and the team managed to catch up with many of his friends to have a little talk about what Ronnie meant in their lives and to South African show jumping.
I just want to say, Ronnie wasn't just my best friend or my coach, he was my family. Let me rephrase that. He is my family. May his soul rest in peace.
Ronnie and I travelled a long, long road together. I met Ronnie, it's about 45, 50 years ago. I was a very, very competitive rider when I met him, and I thought at the top of my game. There were a couple of us, Greg Cleverden, Carlos Ferreira, Peter Gotts was a bit older than us, and we had an international show at the old Inanda club where they held the derby. And there was a team from Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Ronnie was part of the team from Rhodesia. He arrived there, never heard of him, and he proceeded to give us an absolute riding lesson. A rider like I've never seen. There were 4 classes. He won all 4 classes on a horse called Intrusion, who, lo and behold, I acquired from Ronnie. I still remember paying him 800 Rand and 2 Steuben saddles, and Intrusion actually became one of the best horses that I ever sat on in my career. And that is how Ron and I met, and we've been friends ever since then. 4 months between us. He died 3 days after my birthday, and I'll always remember Ron, fierce competitor, a friend. If you ever needed to phone him, he was there. If he phoned me, I was there. Rest in peace, my friend.
10 years ago, I had my first lesson with Ronnie. It was on my pony, Vito 22. I remembered after school that day, my mum said I had a riding lesson, and at the time I didn't have an instructor, so I said, okay, well, who is it with? And she said, Ronnie Lawrence. So I said, who's that? And little did I know that he was an absolute legend of the sport, a proper, true horseman, and I actually have the fortune of being taught by him for the next couple of years, the next decade, actually. And yeah, he's been with me through thick and thin, through every horse that I didn't believe in, he believed in, and we conquered many, many battles together, and that led to a lot of my success. And the amount of confidence that he gives me and everyone as a rider when he's teaching is just, you can't compare it to any of the other instructors. He's an amazing, amazing man, and he's got such knowledge and wisdom and just power as a person. I mean, the presence that he gives in a lesson and at a show, it's just, I have no words for the man. I just really salute him. I have loads of respect for him. I always aim to make him proud in lessons, in the ring, and I promise to continue to do so because he deserves that. I deserve to give it back to him now.
I think that quite interestingly, I wrote on Ronnie's jacket, which is what he wanted us all to do, and what I wrote was Simply the Best, which happened to be the song he wanted when we left the church. And I think that is truly, he was a fantastic rider, and he was a really, truly amazing coach. I've been fortunate to ride with I would say all the good coaches in this country, and I think that Ronnie certainly had the greatest influence on my riding career, and for that I am incredibly grateful.
I first met Ron as a teenager and was fortunate enough to be one of his pupils for 30 years. He had an innate ability to teach you to believe in yourself. I achieved more with Ron than I ever thought was possible. I couldn't define his role in my life. He was a master, a mentor, a brother, a father, a friend, and a partner in crime. We'll miss him sadly.
The world of show jumping has lost a legend, mentor and friend. Those of us that were lucky enough to know him as a coach, as a friend, will know him for his attention to detail and professionalism. For me, Ronnie was a coach, friend for over 30 years. I started riding with him since I was 8, and he is the reason for my career and the foundation of my show jumping.
I've been with Ronnie for the past 10 years, and it has been the best past 10 years of my life. He really changed my riding completely, and he made me into the rider that I never thought I could ever be. He made me win South African titles, competed overseas, got my junior Protea colours, and he's just the most amazing friend, the most amazing rider, and he's my role model, and he will always be my role model. Ronnie has done everything in his power to make me the rider I am today, and I'm really grateful for him and all that he has done.
I was one of Ronnie's students for the last 5 or 6 years. Ronnie, for me, was always the epitome of a horseman. He knew things that, well, he's forgotten things that we still got to learn. I remember I rode one or two of his horses for him at his yard, and I could try anything. I could try and change a bit, I could try and change my spurs, and Ronnie would see it from a mile away. You could never pull anything past him. His attention to detail was phenomenal. I learned a lot under him, and it's going to be a strange sensation going to the shows and not having Ronnie by my side, walking with me, telling me not to gallop, telling me not to take the inside turn, but I'm going to try and do my best for him and jump some clear rounds and not go for a win in every class.
A life well lived through the words of people who loved him, knew him, and were taught by him. We say goodbye to Ronnie Lawrence. He may be gone, but he will never be forgotten. And his legacy will continue through his pupils and his friends, but also through the sport that he loved so well, show jumping. We've just finished watching an incredible 1m40 class here at the 334 Sporthorse Stud World Cup Qualifier show. I was very lucky to have the very knowledgeable Brendan McNiven sit in on that class with me, and we had a gripping finish for Thomas van Rekevorsel to win that class, shaving 2 seconds off of the nearest competitor with his wonderful mare, Capital My Lady, small firecracker, appealing to the spectators completely. You can just see how everyone enjoyed that. In second place, Johann Lata with Nova van Sonnestraal's horse. And then in third place, Amy Michau on her horse Go to Blue, the winner of the 1m50 class on Friday. We're going to take a short break, and we're going to be back at 1:20 for the class of the show, the World Cup Qualifier. It's going to be hotly contested over a very tough track built by our Irish course designer, Colin Quinn. So stay tuned for that.
Wish that I could fly into the sky so very high, just like a dragonfly. I fly above the trees, over the seas, and all degrees, to anywhere I please. Oh, I want to get away. I want to fly away. Wish that I could fly into the sky
334 Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volker 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
Welcome back to the 334 Sporthorse Stud World Cup Qualifier being held this weekend at Kyla Mir Equestrian Park. It's my great pleasure to be sitting here next to the Peter Mini Arena with our Irish course designer, Colm Quinn, who has been building this week so far and has set up a beautiful track behind us now. Colm, how's your week been so far?
Yeah, very good so far. Very good hospitality from everyone here in South Africa. It's my first time here, so...
Hopefully the first of many. Hopefully we're going to bring you back
yes.
for more.
Yeah.
How many tracks have you built over the last week?
This is the 11th now to this point, so this is the biggest test so far, so it's all been building up to this all week. When I arrived here, it's hard to know the standard as it's my first time, so basically take it a little bit more conservative in the beginning and see how we get on, and then I've sort of built it all up to today, and hopefully that the tests out there will be enough but be fair and a challenge for each and every horse, you know, is what I try to do, to get, you know, a challenge for the smaller horses and a challenge for the bigger, scopier horses at the same time, so as it's fair and the best horse can come out the winner on the day, hopefully.
So as you said, you started off being a little bit more conservative. How's your strategy evolved? How have your courses ridden in the time that you've been here?
I've seen that there's a very high standard of riding and very high standard of horses, so I can ask a few more questions. I can go a little bit longer in some places on distances and a little bit shorter. And the heights can be what they will be. You know, there's nothing false about today's course right here behind me. It's a proper 150 track, and you know the riders that jump around it today deserve to jump it, in my opinion.
That's very exciting to hear. Thank you so much. And you said that you found the standard to be pretty much up to spec. Is that across all of the grades?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like even the 135 class yesterday was fantastic, and you had some amateurs mixed in along with the professionals, and they all jumped around it great. The 150 Grand Prix on Friday, like the horses that jumped clear around it, jumped it really for fun, you know, and the ones that had an unlucky fence here and there, you know, they were unlucky, you know, so it's been definitely a high standard, you know.
What are some of the questions that today's course is going to pose for the World Cup riders?
Today, it's a nice start for them in the beginning. They get a little bit of time to get started, and then the first real question comes when they come to the triple combination at fence 5.
Pretty early on.
It's quite
I've
early,
seen some
yes,
Irish
and
complexions walking around the track behind us here.
Yes.
A few pale faces.
Yeah, so it's the first big test, and then after that it comes a little bit faster for them. They have a bit of a nice sort of long run to the plank, which sometimes for some horses it's harder for the riders. They have to keep their attention and keep them calm and, you know, make them concentrate on the next fence. The last line should hopefully be interesting. It starts with a triple bar with sort of short 4 strides to a vertical, and then they land. And the big horses, it'll probably be a normal enough 7 to the last, but for the smaller horses, they might have to push a little. You might even see some 8 strides, I'm not sure. And the last fence it's not the highest on course, but it's the widest, so it just asks that little bit of scope at the end, you know.
And I think we have seen an interesting scattering of issues on all of the tracks.
Yeah, well, that's the aim of every course designer. You know, you don't want one joker fence. You want to have it spaced around everywhere, and that's
multiple joker fences.
Yes.
In your case, that's great.
From 1 to 13, perfect. Yeah.
Colin, tell us a little bit about your history before you go. How are you involved in horse sport and show jumping?
Well, I got started into course designing from a very young age. I worked basically as arena crew at Olympia and Windsor and a lot of 5-star shows, and then I knew that I wanted to be in the sport more, so I done my national course designing grades and came up through it that way. And I did ride ponies in the beginning when I was younger, but I wasn't a top rider, so when I seen I was better at the course designing, I stuck at that.
Stuck to your strengths.
Yes,
that's great. And you're now a level 3 course designer.
Yeah, level 3 FEI, so yep, I'm really enjoying it and just keep working through each
Are you going to
show
come back to South Africa again?
Yeah, if you'll have me back again, I'll surely be here, yes.
Definitely. Hope they'll invite you back, and hopefully the standard's even better next time.
Yeah,
and what's next for you? Where do you go on from South Africa?
Next week I go to the 5-star in Windsor. I go there as an assistant for Bernardo Costa Cabral. So
what great experience.
Yeah, it's all about experience too, you know, and like this show here this week has been very, very good experience for me, you know, just to see the sport in a different country, and just to be able to assess it from the first day to the last day is what you have to be able to do as a course designer, and hopefully I've got it nearly right today.
Thank you so much. It's been so great having you here. Lovely courses, and looking forward to seeing how this rides for our riders today.
No, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. We'll be back shortly with the 334 Sporthorse Stud World Cup Qualifier.
I wish that I could fly into the sky so very high. I fly above the trees, over the seas, and all the degrees, to anywhere I please. Oh, I want to get away. I want to fly away. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
334 Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volker 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made. Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volker 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boys.
Welcome back to the 334 Stud World Cup qualifier being held here today at Kyla Equestrian Park. We've just had a wonderful interview with our Irish course designer Colin Quinn, who had some interesting things to say, and I'm now sitting in studio with Yanni Kleinhans. Yanni, thanks for joining.
Georgie. Thank you very much. Great to be here.
No stranger to the open classes yourself. How did your 140s go earlier on?
I had 2 down. It was a very good track. What I found interesting about these courses is he really encourages you to, you know, because of the time and the big distances between yeah, the lines, you have to really move up. And then as the course progresses, some of those lines get longer. So if you're not sharp, like I wasn't, then you get a bit drawn into some of the verticals, and you have 1 or 2 down. So it's really interesting course building. So yeah, it's been
He spoke
good.
very
but fair.
positively about the standard generally of the riders that he's seen over the week. He said he started pretty conservatively, but he's really managed to build up to spec, and that whoever wins this class today deserves to win the World Cup class. So that was really fun to hear.
Yeah, they certainly do. I've just walked the course, Georgie.
And
I
said there were a few pale faces, columns out there after that.
This ox in front of me now, this Blair Athol jump is very big, especially coming out of a triple. So it's a very disciplined ride, 7 strides. So that's going to be, I think, one of the testers. But again, you know, what he's done is some open distances, and then the triple bar, for example, jump 11 to 12, it's quite short.
Yeah, quite
And
full,
then you've
yeah.
got I think quite a big open 7 ride to the last jump.
And he says
strides.
the last jump's not the highest on track, but it's the widest.
And it's on a difficult curve away from the gate. So, you know, you've got to be very quick, I think, as a rider landing from that tall vertical, watching your line, making sure you're on that line. Because if the horses bulge out, they're not going to get there
Absolutely,
on 7
and
easily.
we certainly have seen these tricky lines causing problems for riders throughout the show.
But it's not, you know, he hasn't built unfairly. I think what he's just doing is asking good questions of the riders and the horses' rideability.
That's exactly.
And discipline of your lines, and really sort of committing. You know, you've got to land and commit. You can't sort of change your mind halfway through.
Absolutely, and time certainly has seemed to play a part in the tracks.
Yeah, I think at this level, you know, time is always an issue. I think South African riders have got to ride a lot quicker. If you look at how fast the Europeans ride,
it certainly
they
is.
move.
Yeah.
So we are much better. And I think a course like this really, you know, you'll get penalised if you're not sharp on the time.
So we have 13 obstacles, but 16 efforts altogether. The speed for this class is going to run at 375 meters a minute. It's 520 meters, and the time allowed 84 seconds. And we've got a wonderful startup of 23 horses waiting to kick off this World Cup qualifier, the first one of the year.
I'm just looking at the course builder's notes, and as I walked it, you know, for example, you said that the last line, which is 7 strides forward, that's pretty much what I saw as well. So again, you know, and the triple bar to the verticals are quite 4. So
you have to sit up, wait, and then be ready to go again.
You know, the horses that are really good at sort of coming back and going forward and having that adjustability is going to be the ones that do well.
Yeah.
What's interesting about today, Georgie, is there's quite a few horses that are new at this level, the World Cup level. So I did a bit of research, and if we've got time between them, is just to sort of look back. What I was looking at is, you know, when did these horses start their open show jumping career? How many years ago? Yeah, it's interesting. So you know, for example, Dominique's horses, I think he's never jumped a World Cup. Capital Coleman, and he's, I mean, Dom's done a beautiful job at producing the horse, taking him through the grades. So it's interesting to see the production process, you know, and getting to this point. This is the big test, really.
Absolutely, and I think for someone like
especially
yourself,
the younger horses,
who's been like coming up through the grades with them, it's good to see where horses kind of pause, where they, you know, get their gears going, and then when they really come out and start winning those classes. So had a lovely moment earlier on for Ronnie Lawrence. Ronnie Lawrence, of course, a giant of South African show jumping, winner of 13 national titles, passing away this week. Some wonderful riders and co-trainers sharing their thoughts on him. We're going to have a look at our lineup for this class that's coming up. This World Cup qualifier class sponsored by 334 Sporthorse Stud. So some big names up there. George Koulis leading us off to start it, but big name riders there. Kelly O'Connor, Hannah Garton, Bronwyn De Santos has 2 rides in this class. Carl Buenza, no stranger to these big grades. And some exciting young riders like Georgia Rorick coming in.
Yeah, I think that's Georgia's first World Cup as well.
Oh, that's exciting.
She's really good on that horse. He's just got so much scope and power. It's going to be great to watch him. And the two of them having fun, I'm sure. She looked very relaxed walking the course. I remember my first World Cup, I don't remember walking it because I was so scared. So she looked very chilled.
Nicola I'm Riley has 2 rides in this. Ronnie Healy also coming out with some fantastic horses. The second ride there, Gillian van Oorsoff, of course, belonging to Ronnie Lawrence. Nicola Horwood and Leona Corba has been having a cracker of a time with her Callagher Lexington, our last rider in this class. So now we have George coming in to salute the judge and kick off our first World Cup qualifier for the year. Saluting the judge as is customary.
So it's quite interesting. George is often #1 on this horse. I don't know how he always does it, but he always does a great job. So he comes out putting pressure on the top riders.
This horse, NCT's Callagher Lord Chris by Lord Z, out of a contender mare, an 11-year-old.
So he did his first 150 2 years ago, August 2021. And then a bit of a break, and then last year, this show, he did his 150. He's just been getting better and better. But they've really formed a solid relationship now.
I suppose it takes quite a while for these horses also just to develop. Once you're in the 150s, you're there forever, so hopefully.
Yes. Very good. 9 strides to that.
And then it was meant to be a quiet ride to #3, according to Colin.
Yeah.
6 strides, #4.
And this horse is very careful. It's got a lot of blood, so you can see gets very excited, but it keeps going.
Triple combination early on at #5. Unfortunate second element down there for George.
Yeah, very good ride. That middle element is, Georgie, is quite tight. So I did think it might be a bit of a challenge. This is a very tall vertical with a little plank on top, so very flimsy. Ah, what a great ride.
Obviously from this class, the 25% will go through. That'll be 6 horses, or all clears, correct? Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. George looking very relaxed, like he's on a Sunday hack.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't feel like that. So from 11 to 12 should be 4.
Yeah.
Now a going 7.
Yeah, very good. Wow.
Lovely.
Really
I'm
good
sure
run. Unlucky.
they'll be really happy with that. Just 1 pull down for George Kulis and Callagher Lord Chris. But we've all seen classes being won on 4 faults before. So it'll be up to the rest of the field to see how this goes. Let's have a look at that pole of George's. Yeah, quite tight there, as you said, in between 1 and 2.
Yeah, it looks like those dived a little bit going in.
But
look how good he was at recovering after that.
Absolutely.
This big oxer here. Wow.
What a great horse.
I've been very impressed with George and just how he's just matured at this level. It's phenomenal. Great guy.
Grant Langley all the way from KZN here on Forsyth Bengston. Homebred horse by Forsyth Burger out of a Politicus mare.
A little bit close to that. Yeah, very good.
And George must certainly be unlucky because the draw order for this is so-called out of a hat. So
good riding there, huh? Wow.
Lovely through there, through that treble.
Oh, excellent. Really
good control in his body there, George, to get up and back. Really built up to height along here.
This is quite a short 5. I think just touch it. Really
that Afrizan jump is really light, and a few people have had it down. Not only over the show, but today.
Going away from the gate, they probably hesitate a little bit just around the corner. That's a tall vertical. Oh, got there easily.
Lovely
very
finish.
good.
Just the 2 poles
very
for
good run
Grant Langley. Forsyth Bengston in a time of 79.3 seconds. The time allowed on this track, 84 seconds.
He was good at the time, wasn't he?
Well, within.
Yeah, I thought that was a very good round.
And George certainly, Grant looks very happy with his horse there, giving him a big
Just
pat.
a touch to us. You can see he just got a little bit on his forehand there.
Third in, Kelly O'Connor.
Right.
The lovely Iliano. This stallion by Toulon out of a Canadian river mare. Sponsored by Tack and Togs. She had a little bit of a problem early on with the Tack and Togs fence. Very unfortunate when your horse is sponsored by them.
So Kelly bought this horse about a year ago. She came out at Maple Ridge and she was second, I think, or third in the first 150. Yeah. This horse is phenomenally talented. And Kelly, of course, needs no introduction about her incredible talent.
A neat, organized rider.
So Ely gets a little bit strong and a bit sort of hot sometimes. He can run a bit deep. Kelly's holding him off really well.
Holding him off and then still riding really positively afterwards, which is great. Very mindful of that time.
Sit up here. Yeah. Oh, I see how careful he was there. Wow.
Oh, beautifully through that treble.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. Haven't seen him jump this good in a couple of months. He's looking phenomenal.
It's been a really interesting process of peaking your horses throughout the season, Jan. Trying to work out the best way to do that for yourself and your equine athletes.
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I'll chat about that at the end of the round. Oh, yeah, see, it's interesting that vertical is, as you said earlier, they start running a bit, Georgie. As the course progresses, they start getting a bit strong, and I think he just got a little bit out of her hand there. Wow, good round.
Lovely round from Kelly.
Very good. I think she'll be happy with that. Yeah, she is.
2 calls for Kelly O'Connor and the lovely stallion Iliano.
I mean, you asked about the sort of preparation and that, I think like this time of the year, that we've had a couple of big shows already, and I find some of them actually get better, as they're sort of jumping the big classes. We've had Easter, we've had Maple Ridge before that, the President's Cup. And Kelly's also now, I think, looking phenomenal.
Really good.
Probably got a bit fitter and stronger, so I think she'll be happy.
Ex-Ronnie Lawrence protege, Hannah Garton. We saw her speaking earlier on Ronnie's memorial video. Coming in now on PMH Pollyanna. They've been really on form over the show.
So I think this is Hannah's first World Cup on this horse.
Oof.
Oh, look at the scope of this
lovely
mare.
Quality mare.
A little bit off the fence, but wow, does she push and
Marius Claudius mare out of a Royal Brevet.
Look how good and careful she is, huh?
Breeding fanatics.
So Hannah and this mare have won a lot in the last 6 or 8 months. Very competitive.
It's so European looking, really lovely.
With Ronnie's teaching, she's such a correct rider. You can see how precise she is. Ooh, okay, she was just a little off that.
Yeah, fell in a little bit on the turn.
Correct.
Costing her a pole. But how does she jump after touching that?
Yeah. But the relationship with her, with the rider and the horse is so good. They don't even blink when those issues happen. Let's see what happens here. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Wow.
Beautifully through.
Phenomenal.
Over the Afrizan and the combination. Beautifully there.
Yeah, should be happy.
Lovely round.
Very good. Within the time?
It's in the time at 76.
Time
Hannah
doesn't
Garton, PMH Pollyanna, just the 4 faults.
I thought that was amazing for a World Cup. I'm not even sure if Hannah's done a World Cup, but that was,
No, she hasn't. Look at that.
She left, you can see. Shame.
Horse was,
anticipated
as
the turn.
she looked, the horse was like, yes, I'm going.
Okay.
And
She was a little bit off it, so I think she was a bit unbalanced.
I just love this little mare, the BC and Bronwyn De Santos. Stable name Bubbles. Imported, she was ridden overseas and produced for Bronwyn a little bit by Oliver Lazarus, based overseas.
Okay. So I see she acquired her in 2019. I think her first 150 was in 2021, so 2 years ago. So this mare just has such power and height and athleticism. Look at that.
Oh, she's
where
wonderful.
she comes off the ground and careful and brave. Oh, look at that. And Bronwyn has such good feel with her. You can see the relationship is phenomenal.
Oh, she had a really lovely round earlier on her horse Carlson. in the 140 championship. It's had a great show.
Yeah. Oh, set up. Yeah, very good.
Got upper body control there.
Whew. She gave it a foot over the big oxer.
Lovely.
Wow. I mean, that just shows. He's jumping over the socks.
Now the air she's giving those fences.
Yeah. Okay, let's see this line. Come on. Keep it together.
Beautiful.
How was that?
Bronwyn
Bronwyn exclaiming about how it must have felt.
I feel like, yeah, we're both holding our breath here. I'm having to hold for that. And our first clear round.
Oh, how good.
In the time, Bronwyn De Santos and the beautiful bubbly Babisi.
And I mean, that's just, again, you know, track record, just getting better and better. Bronwyn's been consistent. Just
thrilled with that.
Yeah.
She's a really pedantic horsewoman, Bronwyn. I can say this from experience in her yard. She really manages those horses beautifully. She looks super chuffed with herself.
Here's Dominic Coleman. I said the research here. His first 135 was in 2021. And just looking at his record, you know, he went up and down, up at 145, 140, 130, 135. He just built the confidence.
Getting the confidence. That's
yeah,
interesting.
he would do a 150, then go down again. And his first real 150 was about a year ago at the show, I think.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And did you say this is his first World Cup with
World
this
Cup
horse?
on this horse, yeah. So they're quite new at this level. This is a phenomenal gelding by Colnada out of a For Pleasure mare. And For Pleasure was one of the heroes of
absolutely
German equestrian.
And a great brood mare sire as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Dominique really rates this horse.
Yeah.
Very exciting combination.
Yeah, the horse is not terribly flashy, but very careful and very athletic. And he's clever with the way he doesn't over-jump, you know, he just manages his energy.
Yeah, we've seen some of those more exaggerated horses spending a lot of time in the air and costing time.
That's maybe a little bit of experience, or lack of experience coming through, but that's fine. I mean, Dom gave him a nice strong ride into that. And he has to learn, you know. Yeah, if he's being very positive and he's being very encouraging, I would say.
Yeah. I'm giving the horse a good ride round. And it must be quite a thing also to come out and knowing you're being built by an international.
How good was that, huh?
Lovely.
He was a little bit off it and he just said, come on, let's go. And the horse just popped up beautifully.
And that tight distance there certainly
very good finish.
Showing itself up. 4 poles for Dominique Alexander and Capital Coleman.
I think he'll be happy with that. Yeah.
I'm sure he will be. Especially
he might have had a look, Georgie, at that line on the side. It looks like he was drifting up to the side, so I think the horse was a little bit distracted, but very good.
Time of 81.38 there for Dominique. Let's have a look at that round. This horse sponsored by R&R.
Yeah, see, it is short there.
And he's a big horse.
He had to back up there, just headed down. Yeah, look. You know,
Young
it just
horse
shows
heroes.
exactly.
Next in the arena.
Very good there.
Tamara Rhoda with her Just On Time Z. Sam can be very quick with this horse as well. She makes it through on the clear.
And she did 10 strides there. It just went a little bit wider.
This Je T'aime Flamenco stallion is sponsored by Regenesis Vet. Regenesis Vet, their team, of course, were the first debut winners at the United League of Champions on Friday, setting a high bar.
A little bit off it. And you can see there is a tough line. It's a very big oxer. And he just didn't quite get there, and he had a bit of a flat jump into it, hence hitting the back pole. Oh, oh, gee. Shame he looked at something, the horse.
Yeah, I had a little
bit of distraction.
Looking. That Afrizan jump is so light.
It's interesting, Georgie. They come around the corner and they just lose a bit of impulsion, and that's. I think the rider says, "Let's
Cost
go,"
you.
and they're just a bit flat and lacking a bit of power. Good finish, very good.
And that e-pole jump, not the highest on the track, but the widest, according to Colin.
Yeah, and it's actually riding easier than I thought it might. You know, but again, it shows at this level, these are, you know, top riders, horses have done this a bit. You can see that. You see, they're all jumping right, eh? Interesting.
Yeah, all falling in.
Yeah, so they've got to just hold the left rein some more on that curve.
Balance on the outside.
It's almost like the horse is anticipating that turn to the right, or the rider's thinking going right. Both Pollyanna and Tamara made that error.
And isn't the stallion just gorgeous? The Callahoo
Beautiful.
blood stallion, Casperon. You're a Callahoo fan yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. So Casperon is so talented. On his day, he can be brilliant, but he can be a bit his own man sometimes. Oh, Carl's going to touch that.
I've seen Carl put his hand up before in the middle of a round and just say it's not their day and go out. He's a very sensitive rider for this horse.
Very.
Very
they have a
well
great relationship. Yeah, he's looking good. Yeah, I see how good he was there, the horse. How quickly he, he's
so rebalancing.
All the left rein. Yeah, brilliant riding. Really good.
Yeah.
And here you can see the difference, Georgie, between the more experienced 150 horse that's got that, that ability to know where they are with their feet, and how good was he in that triple.
Beautiful.
One Carl, this is beautiful. Keep going.
Carl, of course, also is a small tour dressage rider, so I'm sure that also helps him a little bit. Oh, at light Afrizan.
Just added, and you had to push to get there, and you had the back rail. So that, interesting, I wouldn't have thought that vertical would cause so many challenges. Just because I think they're either adding, can't really see from here, but they seem to be adding a stride and then getting too deep and touching it. Yeah, very good. Okay.
Beautiful over the last, just the two poles for Carl Bonsai and Casperon.
I thought that was very good.
Beautiful. Carl still looks happy with that.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can see what happens.
You know, these World Cup classes, Georgie, are exhausting. You know, by the time you get to jump 9 or 10, you out of breath often as a rider. You see, just you see a fraction too close, and the horse was sort of complaining a bit.
And then you had to really
and then you had to push and you got a little bit flat into the lock. So, but you know what? It's
all school fees.
Yeah, and it's such good course building because to have quite a tough vertical going right from the gate directly opposite the gate. So here's Georgian Companero's son. Again, I think his first World Cup on this horse. So Barry Taylor started this horse way back in 2017. And Barry jumped a few 150s on him, and he's got scope for days. And George actually got to 150 of this horse very quickly after he got him. They seem to have a very good relationship. Just bounces him along and just, uses the scope.
When they do it well, it looks so easy.
Yeah.
Rebalancing him quickly between the second and the third element there. I thought that was...
Yeah. Okay. It's interesting that this horse and Dominique's horse both in the triple doesn't quite have that ability to come off the ground as quickly as, say, Carl's horse, for example. And that's just a function of strength and experience. But then again, here he did very well. So, yeah.
It's interesting seeing some of these horses after they've touched something be so much quicker and thoughtful about what they're doing.
Just get a little bit sharper.
It's a big treble.
It's very wide. Oh, shame. You can just see he got a bit tired at the end. Horse just running out of the puff. But I actually thought really good.
14 faults there, 2 for time.
Let's watch the replay.
I'm sure George will be pleased with both of his horses today.
I thought he did very well as a rider. You know, and again, both his horses were quite soon after each other. I think he only had 10 horses gap between them.
Not even.
Not even, 8, sure. Tough.
So still currently our only clear round so far, Bronwyn De Santos on Babisi.
Right, this is an exciting round to watch. Georgia on Don Costello. Harry, as they call him.
She's very fond of him.
Oh, and he's also very good horse, lots of scope.
So Babisi is Bronwyn's nominated horse. For the riders who have more than one horse in these classes, they have to nominate a horse to be their World Cup horse.
Ooh. Got quite deep there, but
that scope just gets those horses out of trouble.
Georgia's got a very soft feel, so she just lets the horse, you know, use his body. She doesn't interfere with him too much in front of the fence, which is the art. So, yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Keep it outside rain, keep it up. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh, lucky there.
Yeah. She'll take it. Oh, just fell in a little bit on the inside line.
Paying for that ride a bit later.
Look how easy got there on the 5, eh?
Beautiful.
Came out of it looking like it's
also just that experience coming in a older horse, 16 years old.
Sure, what a round.
Just the 4 fault.
Very, very good. How calm is she? Huh?
Yeah, superbly
calm. Georgia, wow.
2 faults for time, 1 pull down for Georgia, and the beautiful Capito Don Costello.
I think she'll be very happy. Just got a bit disunited there, shame. He's lost a bit of balance.
That flank is also quite there.
Just needs to keep her inside leg on, just push him out slightly, but.
And here's Ronnie Healy on his first ride, but his nominated ride. This is Capital Magic Boy, owned by Blue Turtle Technologies.
Right, Ron nearly won the Outdoor Grand Prix on this horse. He had some beautiful rounds, but for a few time faults. But this horse is so careful, and Ronnie is just such a master technician, I think.
And, ride on this horse.
And he just gives everything beautiful height.
This 10-year-old stallion is by Toulon out of a dark home. And he really caused waves at the Capital auction. I remember there was quite a bidding frenzy for him.
Oh, Georgie, see how I jumped out of that?
Beautiful through that, eh?
Yep.
So
very good.
Also the experience of Ronnie, just you see him stand a little bit in his outside stirrup there to balance the horse.
Yeah, and his precision out of the triple to this big oxer was phenomenal. Yeah, beautiful. Come on, Ron. Keep going. Keep the canter up. Yeah.
Little bounce in the cup there, but not much more. Oh.
Just turned him slightly in the air.
No.
He was turning as he jumped it. What a pity.
These horses, I think, are so in tune with their riders that you have to be so careful. You want to plan ahead, but not horse too much.
Let's just finish the jump first. Yeah. Oh, what a pity. Beautiful round.
Beautiful round.
And he looked like he was almost relaxing, ready for the turn, and he just needed to just set up for one fraction of a second.
Just slightly.
What a pity. But he'll be happy. I don't think he's done many World Cups either on this horse. He might have only done 1 or 2. Yeah.
Just catching up behind.
Just need to set up a fraction more. Oh, it's tough, eh? I mean, you know.
Nicola I'm Riley on her nominated horse, Sunny Park Stables in Sagi DB.
So I've watched this horse a lot, and he's just so flashy and he's so athletic. And Nicola just has this ability on the big days to bring out the big results.
Having a little bounce round.
Yeah. So I think today we're going to see a great round here. Watch this horse come off the ground. It's just beautiful to watch.
Did she bring this horse in herself?
No, I think she got him only about 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay. By Landeta.
And it took a while to settle, sorry.
God fault me.
It took a while to settle down. I know Nicola, once she got the right bridle, I think she's in the double bridle here.
It's interesting.
Then they really got just... Oh, they won the World Cup Series last year.
Brendan McNiven was telling me that you've had some interesting experience with bitting yourself.
Yeah, I got so frustrated by not knowing what I was doing. I went on a bit fitting course with one of the suppliers, and learned a lot about just, getting a horse's comfortable. Just looks like he just died at that vertical. Just touch that behind.
And you can see some communication discussions there in front.
Yeah, just running a little bit. It just looks like all those verticals, we had them in, or 2 in front, and it just looks like he's just got a little bit ahead of Nicola there, slightly out of her hand, but
3 poles for Nicola I'm Riley and Insagi. That Holland's a big ox, and this is such a light vertical.
Yeah, she just looks like she's a little bit over his shoulders a bit, just a touch.
Those narrow jumps, obviously the pole's also so much lighter.
Yeah, and the curve to that vertical it comes quite quickly, so you almost need to be just slightly outside the line to give the horse a bit of space. Right.
This is Nicole's nominated ride, United Aviation Group's Alpha 2 EQ Capital Chantilly. Wonderful 17-year-old mare by Cassell out over Calando V-line. Nicole coming in later, of course, as well on Capital Kronos.
So Nicole jumped this horse at the Outdoor Grand Prix, having not jumped to 150 for nearly a year. And she snuck in a second.
Yes.
Just shows the class of her as a rider in this mare. Oh, she's trying to get there. Again, Nicole on the big day, she has unbelievable big match temperament.
Cool as a cucumber.
Yeah. See, now look at the experience that mare, huh? She knew exactly where she...
Straight down that line.
Oh, man. Poetry in motion.
Yeah, when it looks
beautiful,
easy.
Yeah. You see how much space she left her. She gave a nice
really
space in front. Yeah. Those thin little verticals are important to give them space. So, yeah, I think there we go.
See Nicole riding on off every turn. Masterful through that.
Yeah, here we go.
And we have a jump off.
Here we go.
0 penalties for Nicola Horwood and the wonderful United Aviation Group Alpha 2 EQ Capital Chantilly. Our second clear round after Bronwyn De Santos and Babisi. Next up, yes, we have Bronwyn in again on her second ride, Capital Lavubu. And this horse is just such a treat to watch, right?
Yeah, I mean, the challenge with him, he just spends so much time in the air. He goes so high. It's for Bronwyn just to
keep riding
watch
forward.
the time, so she really has to be economical around her turns.
She's also been quite slow about peaking this horse, very thoughtful.
Yeah.
Big, strong horse, long career ahead of him.
So she just has to move up between the jumps just to avoid the time faults, but let's see how he does.
Now, we certainly saw time playing a big role in the 140 class earlier, that you jumped in, Jan. There were lots of people just having a clear, but still a couple of penalties here.
So she did 8 strides into that. Sorry, just to interrupt. And that, again, is what she has to do to save the time.
That he's going to spend in the air.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Come on. Boy. Oh, isn't he lovely?
So athletic.
Yeah. Again, Bronwyn's just taken time to really build a great relationship, and they just... Oh, a little bit skew into that. Jumping a bit left. She has to now watch out that she doesn't go too wide now to this. Yeah. Oh.
He really made sure
I mean, this jump's right in front of us, and he jumped over the uprights.
Oh, and again.
Oh, boy. Yeah,
just to scope for days.
She just has to give him space here. He's going a little bit left. Oh, boy, come on. Yeah.
Oh, unlucky. But you saw that little balance issue creeping up there, maybe, and
it's quite
running out of luck.
I think it's quite short, Georgie. So, you know, he jumped in so big over that oxer. Just tough to get him back.
Oh, this is just wonderful to watch. Just the 4 penalties within the time for Bronwyn, which she'll be happy about.
Good for her.
And a reminder that this isn't her nominated horse. Her nominated horse is Babisi, who she's clear on.
She very nearly had 2 clears in the World Cup.
Very nearly.
Isn't that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, you see him just running out of space there between those 2 elements.
Yeah.
And those big scopy horses, I suppose, giving other problems to riders like that.
He jumps in so big. It is short. And especially again because they're running down that line. That's the challenge for the big scopy horses. Right.
Ashley Healy on the wonderful Aldo. Also a super classy stallion by Eldorado van Ziershoek out of a Sambuco mare.
Georgia, I was in Europe last year looking at horses, and the number of Eldorado van Ziershoek progeny that this horse is by that you see there, and they're all just as brilliant as the next, like this horse. They just have this unbelievable power and flair. Look at that, like that. And there's hundreds like that in Europe. That's crazy.
I don't know if I should be excited or depressed by that. I suppose that's certainly what 334 is looking to recreate in South Africa.
Good, Ash. Very good. Just be cool down this line. Oh, how good was that? Oh, yeah. That was amazing. Right.
Really getting his back end out the way there. And you look like you're breaking into a cold sweat.
I'm riding this round.
Oh, pity.
What a
she had
pity.
done so well to sit back there and wait.
I think it's, I wonder if they're looking at things down that line. It's suddenly, like he got a bit distracted.
You've got the
He just flattened,
spectators on
didn't
the
he?
side, yeah.
What a pity. Wow.
And I always think the stallions are always, you know, just checking out if there's a party they're missing out on. You know, they're always
On the side.
Yeah.
Who's watching me? Who's admiring
Yeah.
me?
Is there a mirror somewhere,
Yeah.
shiny surface?
Let's see this.
Oh, yes, yeah. Just asking him to back off, and he didn't quite get the memo.
Look, it is short, eh? And he's got such a big jump coming out of the triple bar. She might have been just a fraction off.
And you've got a crowd favourites coming in.
Right. No introduction required here.
Lisa Williams and the nationally and internationally successful Campbell. Campbell, also known as Dennis the Menace. But such an accomplished pair, this.
So Lisa injured her knee at the Easter Festival, and she's had a lot of treatment to get back to fitness for this class.
Quite a lot of impact on your knees as show jumpers.
Yeah. But she's a tough competitor, tough athlete, and she's not going to avoid this competition easily. Look at that. Yep. Boy.
this horse just has such a wonderful expression going around. They look like they know each other so well. Amazing, really, when you sit
He just knows
like that.
where he is all the time. Oh, oh. Yeah.
Now he breathed on the Afrizan, and then you saw she had to ride a bit strongly.
Yeah. Boy. Yeah.
Beautiful finish.
Very good. So this is the line, Georgie. This is.
This is separating the class out here. Let's have a look at that. That pole, that first part.
He might have been just a touch too far away. Let's see here. Yeah, just look.
Just that background. And so good to get out of the way of the second element there.
Yeah, it's almost like he sort of shot forward, didn't quite pitch in the air. You know, he just sort of was kind of coming down the back pole.
Next in, Laura Neal on Diamond Dundee. Gerardo Carpaccio gelding.
They've also become really accomplished at this level, very consistent. Laura's always up there in the prizes with this horse. And she's such a cool rider herself. Just gives him the most beautiful rides almost every time. Yeah, very good. She kept beautiful rhythm into the triple there.
Also just seeing the balance on the more slightly more experienced horses.
Yeah, very good. Sense of rhythm in this round is stunning. Oh, he just lost a bit of impulsion around the corner. The swim at the corner, he got a little bit stuck.
Those turns always, and I think this is what you were saying earlier on, Jan, that you have to really ride on through those turns.
Yeah, you can see his experience, eh? He just pitched beautifully, landed, picked himself up.
Beautiful ride there from the treble to the vertical. Lovely. And she still looks very pleased with that.
Very unlucky, yeah.
And Diamond Dundee. Just the one pole for them.
It's the first time that jump's caused a little bit of an issue. I think she just lacked a little bit of around the corner. Yeah, you can just see that almost.
I maybe thought he was.
Yeah, but again, just
back rail.
Small little error there. But you know, so far we've had so many good rounds. I mean, everyone's just touching one here, touching one there. So the quality, I think, has been just tremendous.
I love this horse, Quichin Bligny Z. Chris van der Merwe.
So Bronwyn had this horse, I think she imported him back in about 2017. And Chris took him over about 3 years ago. And yeah, it's been great to watch them come along. I don't think he's the easiest ride, Georgie. He's quite careful, you know, he sort of backs off, so Chris has to be quite
accurate
on him. Or just let him know that he's behind him. And
lovely keen expression.
Yeah, he just needs, you know, that bit of confidence that Chris gives him, which is always the case.
It's also so interesting how a horse can be under a super rider like Bronwyn, but the match just isn't necessarily quite there, just like you might not want to marry your friend's wife, you know. It's always interesting to see a horse go on and then have a really good relationship with another rider.
Yeah, Chris, very good.
Nicely
riding, huh? You rode that line really well. And Chris is also super accurate.
Super
very
accurate and
precise.
staying out of the way. another one for the jump
man.
off. Chris van der Merwe scraping in that time of 84 seconds with 83.51. But a third rider for our jump off.
Sure. He'll be chuffed with that.
So Chris van der Merwe on Kitchen Belegni Z, also known as Kitchen, joining Bronwyn Meredith Dos Santos and Babisi, and Nicola Horwood and Chantilly.
And of course, Chris won the World Cup Series on Chantilly, I think it was about 3 years ago. So Chris knows how to ride. Yeah, he knows how to ride these World Cups.
Next in, Johann Lata on Pour Moi, owned by Nova Zonostrol's stud.
So he's new to the World Cup level, is this horse. So Johann, in 2021, so what's that, 3 years ago, jumped his first Open. And Johann's also been very good at sort of going up to the 150s, down again, building his confidence. And I think his first 150 a year ago only. So,
wow.
Yeah. And I saw him at President's Cup this year, and he had a great show, I thought.
Johann finished second earlier on in the 1 meter 40 championship. Very hotly contested. But that Thomas van Rekevorst was almost 2 seconds, more than 2 seconds quicker. I mean, impossible to beat.
Oh. So again, he's new at this level, so you might find he's going to run a little bit, and he won't quite
have the mileage to sit up and be quick.
But then he's got Johann here, so that's the difference.
Yeah, look at that. So well navigated.
Yeah, there's a touch flat into that.
Yeah. See how much space again in there, huh? If you just go a touch wider, then you get the space. Yeah, how good was that ride, huh? Lovely, lovely into this combination.
Oh, very good. Wow. See how good your hand was with his body. He had to sit up. The horse is going in quite flat.
You're helping the horse to recover quick. Yeah, they had a little navigational discussion
so
there.
The horse is getting a little tired now. Yeah, very good.
Johann will be very happy with that. Horse new to the World Cup Series.
He'll be very happy. You know, that last vertical after the triple bar is tough because it's, you can see here, he just couldn't quite come off the ground. And I think that's a strength thing, you know, it just takes time for horses to get strong to handle big fences. A year or two from now, he'll be winning these classes, I'm sure.
A bittersweet ride, I'm sure, for Ronnie Healy, riding Ronnie Lawrence's Gillian van Oorsof. Gillian, not Ronnie's nominated horse for this round, but I'm sure he'll still be hoping for a fantastic round.
So this horse is getting on in years, but he's actually amazingly fit and strong.
Not familiar with this breeding, Winning Mood.
Oh, the Winning Mood is by Darko.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's just wonderful blood.
Belgium bred bloodline. Late Ronnie Lawrence was very fond of the Winning Mood Darko line. And Bon Ami he's out of a Bon Ami mare, which is also stallion that Scott Brash jumped.
Oh, so I didn't realize Capital Hitoshi was by Winning Mood. Obviously Hitoshi was lost earlier on this year.
So he had that rail down.
Top of winning horse for Nicola Horwood.
Oh. It just looks like in those verticals here, the horse was a bit unbalanced.
Well recovered through that.
No, that last line is...
He rode so well down that. Just the two poles for Ronnie Healy and Gillian van Oorsof.
So actually, I see what happened, but I think he was sort of a little swerving and not quite balanced into that plank vertical. We'll see that now. See, yeah, he kind of lost his way a bit. Almost like took a step to the right
and just changes your distance completely.
I don't think it was Ronnie. I think the horse almost didn't quite know where he was going.
Next then, Nicola I'm Riley on her second ride. Eagles Laser by Lassiter out of an Eagles Concerto mare. So some good old South African favorite blood there.
And I think this is his first World Cup.
Oh, interesting.
Nicola.
No.
Very good, huh?
Interesting seeing the riders who have a second horse on track adjusting their rides from what they've learned in their first round.
She came strong into that, but he was very good at backing up. Whoa.
Oh, lucky there.
Wow.
And so well recovered from the Hollard fence there down to the vertical. She's just so wonderful at staying out of their way, Nicola.
Yeah.
They didn't really use their bodies.
Yeah, here's the bogey fence again.
Oh, it's funny how the bogey fence is not necessarily what you think it's going to be. I think even Colin was expecting this line to be far more problematic for riders.
After the triple, really. Very good. How good did Nicola just sort of regroup after that? This gives him so much confidence.
3 poles for Nicola I'm Riley and Eagles Laser.
She'll be happy with that.
Slightly slower on pace with the Eagles Laser 83.32. But in order to be in the top 25%, you must have 4 penalties or fewer.
Yeah, he just flattened there. Didn't quite push, you know. And again, I think it shows his experience or lack of experience at this level.
And those 3-meter poles also just a little bit lighter. Nicola Horwood now coming in for Capital Stud with Capital Kronos, sponsored by United Aviation Groups, this combination. And another Darko Sunless.
So Kronos is, I think now, because he's getting more experience at this level, you know, Nicole's been quite consistent at sort of schooling him at this stage, and he kind of, I wouldn't say he struggled, but he just almost took a while to settle, but now, lately, he's just got really good.
I suppose sometimes the stallions can also be a little trickier dealing with hormones as opposed to the geldings.
I think this horse is so strong, he just gets a bit ahead of himself, you know. That was a good ride. Just gets a little bit through the bridle, you know, as he's going. He just has a rail here and a rail there, but great athlete is this horse.
I'd say just looks super keen.
Very much so. Yeah, how good was that? See again now through the triple, he's now
quick off the ground.
Yeah. But it takes time for them to get strong, you know, so the land and push. Yeah.
You know, if you've ever had to join a gym program, you learn very quickly that it's not a case of doing it once and then being excellent.
Now, if you watch Nicole, how good she is through the turns. She's just incredible rhythm and just keeps horses going. It's one of her strengths is how good she rides those turns. Oh, man. Oh.
Lovely there.
Yeah. See how her body was nice and upright, gave the horse a chance to
really get out of
over that big oxer. Yeah.
She's a long time. Just having a second rail there.
Sort of
that last wide oxer.
Unbalanced there. But very good round. I think she'll be happy with that.
She's also a long time Gonda protege, if I'm correct, Nicole.
Yeah.
Very stylish.
Pity, that was would have been nice to have gone clear there. It was really close. So she had
maybe running on just the 2.
Yeah.
So our last horse in this class. They've had a very strong year last year, Yanni Kleinhans and Callagher Lexington.
So again, John and Lexington are very consistent. They're always up there. They just gel together so well. Jean is just, you know, at these big classes, she's got a great sense of competitiveness and big match temperament. So let's see if she can continue that today. I'm sure this is one of Kelleher's proudest productions.
Yes,
lovely horse by Lisbon.
And again, that striking kind of Lissabon stamp.
Next bells the sound for our final rider into Danford Vermate.
Right, John. Okay. Let's get another clear. That'll make 4, huh? What do we have? 3?
So far we have Bronwyn, Nicola Horwood, and Chris Van der Merwe.
Okay.
So looking for a 4th, but they'll take the top 6 through. So we'll move on then next to our 4 falters with the quickest time.
Stuck there. She did 10 strides.
Still managed to get out of the way. Yes.
Yeah, comes off the ground beautifully, huh?
Always a lovely combination to watch. They both look like they're having a good time with each other.
And he's keen, huh? Oh, boy.
I would imagine to successfully jump these big jumps, you want to be sitting on something that feels pretty keen to do it.
Yes, it does help when
awful
love
to
their
feel
job.
like you have to kick them round.
Exactly. Yeah, very good. Rode that turn very, very well. Let's stay out here, stay out. Yeah, boy.
That also gave him lots of space.
Space. Let's see if she can. Yeah, good. Sure. Ah, see the experience coming
so
through, huh?
Well balanced.
Yeah.
Even when
And he's got stride, this horse. He doesn't look like he's going, but he can motor.
Oh,
Well, come on. Up.
To the last.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Oh, I should have put money on my bet.
A 4th rider for our jump off.
You see,
Jean Corba, Kelleher, Lexington.
experience in this class coming through. Wow, well done.
So the top 25% of this class going through to the next round.
Very good.
Just obviously our 4 clear rounds will be going through, and then we're just waiting to see who the other 2 are confirmed as being. I think it's going to be PMH Pollyanna and Lisa Williams with Campbell, but we'll confirm that shortly. And then for our second round, we have 13, 1, 2, 14 the other way, 10 and B, 15 the other way, and 16 the other way.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to walk. Interesting. So there were, I think, 7 or 8 4 falters.
Quite a few.
Yeah, but there weren't many with cricket scores. I mean,
No.
everyone just, I thought, was really good and was a tough track. Lots of questions asked.
So
Very impressed.
they're just doing some course adjustments, and then we'll be back for round 2.
Hit it! That's what I'm talking about. Wait! Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boy.
334 Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volker 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
The riders are just getting ready to go and walk their adjusted track. The second round for this, the 334 Stud World Cup qualifier. We have 6 combinations going through. That's the top 25% of the class. We only had 4 clear rounds, and then we took our quickest 4 falters. And they're going to be going in reverse result order. These riders are just getting ready to walk the track because our Irish course designer, who we chatted to early on, Colin Quinn, is adjusting some of the lines, moving some of the fences. The track will be 13, 1, 2, 14, the other way around. Both elements of 10 and B, and then 15 and 16. 15 was 11, the triple bar in the previous round, and 16 is a new track, a new fence rather. And our riders in that going in reverse result order: Lisa Williams on Campbell, Hannah Garton on PMH Pollyanna, Chris van der Merwe on Quichin Beligny Z, Jean Corba with Callagher Lexington, Nicola Horwood on United Aviation Group Alpha 2 EQ, Capital Chantilly, what a mouthful that name is, for a super combination. Yanni, I can hear you panting and out of breath there, having quickly run the track there for the second round. How does that walk?
Actually, no, I didn't walk. In fact, nobody walked. It was quite surprising.
Oh, didn't they walk? Okay.
No, so I was hoping to walk with the riders, but they obviously changed the course, so I had to run back to my station. So Lisa's ready to go.
Lisa, our first rider in with Campbell. Our second quickest time of the 4 falters. Just the top 6 have come through here. She'll be followed by Hannah Garten and Pollyanna, Chris Van der Merwe with Quidgen Beligny Z, John Corba and Callagher Lexington, Nicole Horwood and Capital Chantilly, and Bronwyn De Santos with Babisi. So it's moved around, and the first jump will be number 13. So which was our finish, is going to now, our last jump is going to become our first jump. It will be interesting to see the turns that get pulled out here. So Jan, do you think there are any quick turns that someone could take here to be a little bit cheeky?
You know, Georgie, it's actually a bit tricky to say because I haven't, we haven't walked it, so we have to see how it rides. Normally these tracks are, as you say, they encourage you to ride up and get going. So it's going to be all about time.
Yeah.
And there's a lot more space. You can just see the layout
really
of the track.
Open it up.
Yeah,
wow.
So this is a galloping track for sure. And we'll see Lisa, no doubt, show us how it's done.
There we go. She's starting really strong. Can see.
She was at the gate ready to go, and she
got shoot out. They
yeah,
like, no.
so she
Enough.
says, come on, let's get this. Dennis is like, all right.
Yeah.
I've got this.
So of course these 2 rounds are taken as an accumulation, right? So you could, there's no reason that Lisa couldn't win it from here.
Exactly. A good fast clear round will put pressure on the other riders, for sure.
I must say, I wouldn't be wanting to come after Dennis.
So Lisa's in here looking at the track.
Yeah.
Right, let's see.
The first round was just a warm-up for them.
Yeah.
Just bringing the A game. We were saying earlier on, you saw a couple of riders lose time for not actually galloping through the start and kicking off the round quick.
Oh, look how quick she was there.
It's a big open distance here. She really...
That's the same ride as before, that vertical to this oxer. Now it's a 3-3-4 jump the other way. Yeah, look how quick she is into this combination.
I don't...
Yeah, that's what she had down.
This is just great.
How clever is he? He said, I'm not going to touch that again.
Yeah. Down to the last.
Yeah.
Oof.
Very good. Wow, eh? How good.
And that is there. Time of 41.51 for...
This is where Lisa's so good. She puts pressure on the
Lisa
other guys.
Campbell.
So 4 faults, and quick time.
Absolutely.
It's right up there.
So now we have Hannah Garten and Pollyanna. They had 4 penalties in their first round and a time of 75.97.
So look, Hannah's also very quick. She wins a lot in this mare. So I think she watched Lisa go and said, all right.
Yep, there we go. Lisa's brought it for the second round. Set a tone.
I think I'm up to that. Let's give it a go.
And this little Pollyanna does look so spicy. There.
Yeah. Yeah, that EPOL jump to the United Aviation jump is not a big distance, and it's a bit of a...
Hung a bit there.
Yeah.
So she's going to kick on in the
look how quick, she was quicker there than Lisa, for sure. So she did 1 less, she did 8 strides into
And
that.
there,
So I think she's faster. Look at the angle she's taking. Oh. Yeah, okay.
Clever mare to get away.
Just get out the way, yeah. Pity.
I think Hannah made a decision there to take to go for gold.
That's right into that. Yeah.
Okay, so
I think Georgie, the mare was drifting right, and similarly to that oxer that she had in the first round, So she just tends to drift right, and then she almost like loses balance.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at that. So 1 pole in the first round, 1 pole in the second round. She was quicker than Campbell at 39.16, but that's not...
Look, she came in strong into the combination, and it's still the same distance. It's still quite short. So
you take a gamble in this
probably
game.
got to be a little bit more conservative coming to that oxer because it's so tight coming out, and it's a very tall vertical.
The first of our clears now, Chris van der Merwe and Quinton Beligny-Z. He had a time of 83.51 in the first round. It's worth noting, if you look there, that all of our four-falters were quicker in the first round than the clear rounds. So definitely a calculated decision there from the clear riders.
Chris is not hanging about. He's going for it. Okay, did nod to that. Yeah, good ride.
Such a classy horse, this.
Yeah, so all respect to that jump. It's quite tall. Let's see what he does into the double. Not too strong. Sit up. Up. Yeah, good boy.
Very nice.
Very good. Very well ridden. Almost
slightly
home.
angling both of those. Go, and that time.
Oh, good.
Clear, and a time of 43.03 seconds. So
he's
we're still keeping it clear. Beautiful round. Next in, Johann Corba must be feeling the pressure breathing down her neck.
So you can see Chris' experience in these World Cups. He just knows the right amount of pressure, right amount of pace. And he was very calculated. I thought brilliant, brilliant riding. Wow.
So now Johann Corba with Callagher Lexington coming in. Their previous time 82.78.
Look, Jean's quick. Horse is careful. So I think it's going to be. What's the difference in the time between the two?
Between who?
2 seconds. Between Lisa and.
Lisa and?
Yeah, okay, don't worry. So it's, Chris was 43, huh?
Yes.
Right. Oh, see how quick Jean was there. She was much quicker there. Yeah, she did one race into that. Yeah, she's going.
Now all of these, the riders have made it through here in it to win it.
Yeah, good.
I think this horse also has quite a big stride, so he looks like he might be
good boy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, little skid there. Well recovered.
So look at the time, 33. Oh, this is good. Come on.
Oh, she's going, she's going.
Yeah, she's got it. Yeah.
She's
41.
Wonderful. 41.84 for Johann Corba and Callagher Lexington.
Chris was 43.
Yeah, 43.03, so almost 2 seconds quicker than Chris.
It's going to be tough to beat.
Pressure's coming.
Wow.
But if anyone can take it, it's these next two ladies. Next in, we have Nicola
I think Jean's
Horwood.
won a World Cup, so I think if she wins this, that's going to be a huge celebration. And
Nicola Horwood in this wonderful capital, Chantilly.
And Bronwyn also hasn't won one, I don't think. So
she'll be champing for
yeah.
it.
It's exciting stuff.
Capital Chantilly, sponsored by the United Aviation Group, who we can thank for the live streaming together with Equestrian Live SA.
Should have 9, I think. I think Jean's just a touch quicker so far, I'd say.
See her turn out to this combination.
Ooh.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, what a pity.
And a little miscommunication and an unfortunate elimination there for Nicola Horwood and Capital Chantilly. Such an experienced rider. You can see the sport is just such a tough sport. So many variables. A quick turn there.
Just want to see, I think she kind of got a bit quiet around the turn and said, come on, let's go, and didn't have enough canter. Yeah.
Glad to see she's on her feet and walking out. Disappointed, but she's here to ride another day. And I'm sure now our next rider, Bronwyn De Santos on Bubbles Babisi, is coming in here to hold their position. Their first round They finished on a time of 79.79. So she was quickest of our clear rounds. Is she going to hold on to that lead? She's certainly going to try, if I know Bronwyn. And look at that mare.
Beautiful start. Yeah. She's at 10 there. Oh. She has to go to catch John. Yeah, she's going. Oh.
Ooh. Oof, that was lucky.
Okay, she made up some time.
Oh, I need to not hold my breath.
Up, come on.
Oh,
sit up, sit up. Yo!
Oh,
wow. How good
that was incredible.
Okay, I think she's on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's definitely quicker. Come on. There you go.
Oh, go, go, go. Look at that.
Oh,
my God, she's got it.
40, yeah.
40.73, 0 faults for Bronwyn De Santos and Babisi. Just an incredible round there, holding on to their lead.
Wow.
Second place,
Sure.
Yanni Kleinhans and
brilliant,
Callagher Lexington. Third place, Chris Van der Merwe and Quitchin Beligny Z. All these, of course, are provisional. I'm making the support team here very nervous. I'm getting very excited. They're like, no, 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 we're just confirming.
But interesting, Georgie, after this the third Oxer, how quickly she galloped into that number 14 and 334 jump.
But I mean,
that was
if
very
from where
brave.
we're sitting, we can just see the angle of this combination, this Kuda combination.
Yeah.
And Bronwyn, I think she was virtually on the left of the first jump and on the right of the second. It was incredible.
So what's the difference in time between her and John?
40.73 and 41.84. Not.
Wow.
Yeah, a second.
Yeah.
But I mean, really
That's
wonderful.
going, huh?
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, she definitely started it slightly slower.
Well, we'll be looking forward to seeing those horses in the prize giving shortly.
Brilliant result. Amazing.
Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volker 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
We've just finished watching an incredible first FEI World Cup qualifier for the year being held today at Kyla Equestrian Park in the Peter Mini Arena. Fantastic track built by our Irish visiting course designer. That was Colin Quinn. We did a great interview with him earlier on. He discussed his strategy for building over the week and how he felt about the quality of our horses and riders. He built a challenging track here for the World Cup horses. We saw 23 starters coming through here, only 4 clears, and we landed up with a fantastic result. 3 of our clear rounds battling it out for the quickest time, and our winner there, I don't know if this is her first World Cup win, but Bronwyn De Santos on Babisi, her wonderful imported mare, affectionately known as Bubbles. Really spicy, scopy, quick round, very, very classy. Hotly contested, though, by Yanni Kleinhans on the wonderful Callahoo Lexington. They've just been so consistent. Jean really giving it gears, and followed closely by Chris van der Merwe on Quich and Beligny Z. Worth noting that Bronwyn was actually responsible for importing that horse as well. You can see followed there by our 2 four-faulters who were fantastic in their second round. Lisa, Williams and Campbell clear in the second round, but still carrying forward those 4 faults from round 1. Hannah Garten and Pollyanna had a super quick round in the second phase, but an unfortunate another 4 faults, finishing them off on 8 faults for a 5th place in this World Cup qualifier, sponsored by 334 Sporthorse Stud. Fantastic to have another enthusiastic warm blood breeder in the country, and we look forward to many more sponsorships, partnerships and horses coming out of that stud. Our horses lining up for their prize giving. Great enthusiasm here today. It's been a great day. We started off with a very strong 1.40 meter championship. That class 1 with a very, very speedy jump off with Thomas van Rekevorsel and Capital My Lady. We got to interview him earlier on. There we see Bronwyn going forward to accept her first place. Thrilled with her horse today, I'm sure. Getting ready to pop the rosette on. Is Bubbles going to stand for it? Yeah, Bronwyn's going to insist. What a wonderful mare this is. Originally, I think Bronwyn gave the ride to Oliver Lazarus overseas before bringing the mare in, and she's just gone from strength to strength. Next up, Yanni Kleinhans and Callahoo Lexington, her own horse. They've had so many podium finishes in the last year. Very consistent. Wonderful Callahoo son, stamped by his father, Lissabon. And you can see her groom also collecting his prizes. Groom's a wonderful, wonderful support structure in the sport. Without them, would not be possible. 3rd place, Chris van der Merwe and the wonderful Quich and Beligny Z, accepting their 3rd place, hot on the heels of Jean and Bronwyn. This horse has just really been purring under Chris. Wonderful to see. 4th place, the very, very consistent Lisa Williams, nursing her knee injury from Easter Festival with Campbell. Campbell affectionately known as Dennis the Menace. Unfortunate rail in their first round, costing them today, but a cracking, beautiful, clear second round. 5th place going to PMH Pollyanna and young rider Hannah Garten. Hannah spoke so eloquently earlier on about the loss of her mentor, Ronnie Lawrence. We had a wonderful tribute to him earlier on today. Ronnie leaves a big hole in our sport, but he is certainly honored by pupils such as Hannah continuing to fly his flag high. And they're in 6th place, unfortunately eliminated in their second round, Nicola Horwood and Chantilly. Took a challenging line to the combination that saw an unfortunate dismount and an elimination for her. But she was certainly playing the bigger game there and trying to shave a few seconds off. Bronwyn and Chris embracing, as well as Jean. Magnum of champagne there, waiting in front of the 334 Sporthorse stud banner. Certainly we see some champions and legends standing in front of us today. Reminder that we had the 1 meter 40s live streamed earlier on in this arena. It's worth going back to watch that. Our first, second and third place here today in the 334 Sporthorse at FEI World Cup Qualifier. Hotly contested 1 meter 50 class. We saw a great lineup of 23 starters, 4 clear rounds, and Bronwyn, Meredith Dos Santos and Babisi winning on a double clear. All of the podium finishers finishing on a double clear. Just a matter of seconds separating them. We would like to take this moment as well to thank Moe and Shandon for the magnums of champagne that we've seen for our winners on the podium throughout this show. There was much enthusiastic spraying in the United League of Champions. If you were watching that on Friday, it was such an exciting event for me to be viewing for the first time. 10 teams over 4 grades. And there we have our wonderful winners here for this 1 meter 50 FEI World Cup Qualifier, proudly sponsored by 334 Sporthorse Stud. In first place, Bronwyn De Santos on Babisi. Second, Yanni Kleinhans with Callagher Lexington. Chris Van der Merwe and Quitchen Beligny Z close on their heels. Lisa Williams and Campbell taking up a 4th place, and Hannah Garton and PMH Pollyanna completing that with a 5th place. It was really wonderful to see the quality of horses and riders here over a very challenging track. Coming up next, we're going to be having an interview with our 1 meter 50 winner. That'll be Bronwyn De Santos. And unfortunately, I don't think Babisi will be joining us for the interview, but Bronwyn will certainly tell us everything that she has to say.
334 Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volca 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait. Okay, now, from the beginning.
Good boy.
I'm very happy to have caught the winner of our 334 Sporthorse Stud World Cup qualifier before she goes to crack open her complimentary bottle of Moët and Chandon. I am so proud, Bronwyn De Santos, of your incredible win on Babisi. You guys just flattened it today. It was amazing.
Thank you so much.
Tell us a little bit about your mare. I know she's nicknamed Bubbles. She certainly is quite exuberant.
She's been Bubbles since the first minute I saw her, and we've had a long journey. She's very talented, and I had to catch up to her. It took a while, but we've been getting stronger over the last year, 2 years, 18 months. And yeah, I couldn't ask for a better teammate. She's unbelievable. She's literally the best thing since bubblegum.
And just tell me, is this the first World Cup that you've won?
Yes, it's my first World Cup win. I've had a lot of podiums, a lot of seconds, thirds. I think I've been every place in a World Cup for many, many years, but never a win. And everyone said it'll come. And when I forgot about it coming, and I think it would never happen, it's happened. I mean, I'm shocked. I'm so happy.
You of course had your other wonderful mare, Fountain of Love, and now this. Is there a special connection with the mares that you feel?
Yes, I love mares. I've always gotten on very well with them. And I actually said to my groom, it's been in my head the whole week, the last time we had a Triggle family sponsored World Cup and I got good tickets. I won the Grand Prix, but I was third in the World Cup. So this week I was third in the Grand Prix.
Oh, you're joking.
So
that's lovely.
I haven't said a word to anyone until I said to my groom, now I'm first in the World Cup. So
oh, that's a very good way
special.
to have it around. That's really lovely. Was your groom very happy with your results?
Yes, Arnold is thrilled. He's worked with me for as long as I can remember. He is my rock, and my horses love him, and he is so happy that we finally had a win.
He looks more happy
because he's so tired of telling me to go faster.
That was so lovely. Are you ready to have a look at that that winning jump off for you?
I think I was look at it.
Okay. And just take us through it. Tell us how you felt it rode.
I decided, I said to my coach, Chad Cunningham, before I began, I was going to go as fast as I could, and if I had a rail, that wouldn't be my day. So
I think this
I always try to get her going forward in the beginning and try to keep her straight. And just try my best not to get in her way and not mess it up. And she's a fighter. She's so brave and so careful.
And I think
I galloped at and everyone had a heart attack.
Yeah.
Including me, but she handled it.
This turn, we were sitting right in front of you as you took it here, this combination. And you rode that at such an angle. I mean, look at that.
Look at her. It's amazing getting to see it.
From that
angle. It felt a lot
yeah.
faster. It felt like it was over very quickly.
And she just gives so much air.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
And she's unbelievable.
You felt like you looked like you landed and you knew.
Magic mare.
She's just incredible. But I think with these magic mares, it often takes that magic touch just to bring it out.
She's unbelievable, and she does it her way. It's not always orthodox, but her way is really good.
She is really just a cracker. What's next for the two of you?
The next thing we're going to plan for is obviously the World Cup at Maple Ridge. That's in 2 weeks' time, 3 weeks' time. So she's going to have a bit of a break this week.
Okay,
and
fantastic.
Just relax.
And what's next for Babisi generally after the next show, the rest of the year?
We don't do much with her at home. We try to keep her supple. She's a little bit difficult on the flat, and we try to keep her happy. So, yeah.
You've, of course, got another phenomenal horse in these classes. That's Capital Levubu. What made you, was it a very easy decision to nominate Babisi instead of him?
No, it was a very difficult decision. And actually, when I was doing my nominations, I nearly changed my mind. But I find that I have a better ride on him if I ride her first.
Okay.
And, yeah, you know, those are probably the two best horses in the 150s at the moment.
They're phenomenal.
For me, so I'm very grateful. That's all. I couldn't be more thankful for the horses I've got.
On a sidebar, it's obviously just interesting. I obviously know that Kitchen Beligny Z, the ride of Chris's, came in through you originally as well.
Yes, I got him in Europe a few years ago, and I had a little bit of success on him. He didn't suit me. He wasn't really my ride, and he has gone from strength to strength with Christopher. And I actually gave Christopher a hug and I said I couldn't have done that. So well done.
But isn't it wonderful happy endings for everyone? I mean, it's just
for courses.
Absolutely. What a tough sport it is. Bronwyn, well done. Looking forward to seeing you on the podium many more times.
And I'd just like to thank obviously my hubby, my coach, Chad Cunningham, Gonda Beatrix, and obviously 334, the Triggle family for the sponsorship. This has been an amazing show. We are very, very appreciative of the sponsorship.
Thank you for joining us,
Thank
Bronwyn.
you.
That's what I'm talking about. Wait. Okay, now, from the beginning.
Hit it, boy.
Sporthorse Stud is an up-and-coming warm-blood stud farm based in Nottingham Road, KwaZulu-Natal. Named after our founder's beloved mare, Volker 334, the farm boasts some of the best bloodlines in the industry. At 334, we don't believe in gambling with genetic possibilities, but by breeding legendary sureties. 334 Sporthorse Stud, where champions are bred and legends are made.
And what an incredible show this has been, the 334 Sporthorse Stud FEI World Cup qualifier incorporating the United League of Champions. We've seen a few days of incredible competition. It's just culminated in a first-time win for Bronwyn De Santos on her wonderful mare Babisi. We would like to say a hearty thank you to the sponsors who have been involved in making this such a successful show. That, of course, being the 334 Sporthorse Stud. We're very excited to see what they produce and the beginning of this new beautiful partnership, as well as the United Aviation Group for sponsoring the live streaming together with Equestrian Live SA. We're looking forward to seeing everybody at the next event, which is going to be the Biogen FEI World Cup qualifier, and that will be at Maple Ridge from the 24th to the 28th of May. That is, of course, incorporating the next leg of the United League of Champions. Until then, goodbye. The 334 Sporthorse Stud FEI World Cup qualifier. Live streaming proudly sponsored by the United Aviation Group.